Chapter 146. Yangxi raised his hand and fired again. The bullet hit the back of Zhao Xian's saber, and the powerful force sent the saber flying. This shot also completely woke Zhao Xian up. He was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a plop. At the same time, his whole body was trembling. Taking a closer look, his crotch was wet. This was what people called peeing. There was a distance of 60 steps. Not only could the firearm hit, but it also hit with such precision. This made the other embroidered uniform guards completely deflate. At the same time, they finally knew what kind of person they were facing. Just now, they wanted to win with numbers. If it wasn't for this person showing mercy, they didn't know if any of them would be able to return alive. What are you looking at? Why aren't you taking the injured people away? Do you want to see them die? Yangxi saw that the enemy had been scared out of their wits, and let out a fierce roar. This roar gave all the embroidered uniform guards a big fright. At the same time, it made them run forward again. They picked up their 3 injured companions who were still rolling on the ground and retreated. The shot that hit the saber completely extinguished Zhao Xian's arrogance. No one would have thought that when he finally left, he would actually bow and smile as he retreated step by step. Perhaps he had done too many bad things, and was worried that Yangxi would suddenly appear behind him and take his life. When the group came, they were aggressive. But when they left, they were dejected, creating a sharp contrast. Only when they were some distance away from the Yangjiao Manor's gate did Zhao Xian and the other embroidered uniform guards sit on the ground with a plop, gasping for breath. Thinking back to the scene just now, it was like taking a trip to the gates of hell. To be able to return alive, it was the accumulated merit of their ancestors. Who knew how long they had been gasping for? After finally calming down, Yang Rang asked Zhao Xian with lingering fear. Mr. Zhao, what should we do next? He has such a powerful firearm in his hand. It seems that we won't be a match for him. Why don't we bring more people? Like you said, they only have 1 firearm. We have more people. As long as we rush in front of them, victory will be ours. Forget it. There is something fishy about this matter. I have to report it to eunuch before making a decision. Zhao Xian shook his head. He saw how powerful the 9.5 was, and because of this he became greedy. He thought about how powerful such a good firearm would be if he could get his hands on it. At that time, if anyone was dissatisfied with him, he would just raise his head and shoot them. No matter how powerful a person was, they would not be a match for this thing. Zhao Xian had the thought of pocketing for himself, so he naturally would not let others know. In order to appease Yang Rang, he deliberately said, Master Beta Persei, you can go back first. I will report everything that happened to my father-in-law. You just have to wait for the news. Oh. Yang Rang did not doubt him. After all, Zhao Xian was Jin Ying's servant. They had a close relationship. Since Zhao Xian had said so, he could only choose to believe him. The two parted ways after entering the outer city of the capital. Zhao Xian did indeed go to see his master, Jin Ying, but he did not tell her what had happened. He only said that because they had suffered a defeat, the people of the immortal abode were extremely afraid. They needed some time to calm down before they could do business as usual and earn money again. He would follow up on this matter. Perhaps Jining trusted her servant Zhao Xian completely, or perhaps it was because she had too much work to do. In any case, she believed his words and did not ask any further questions. After leaving, Zhao Xian immediately began to search for some ruffians in the city. There was no lack of desperados among these people. As long as they were given enough money and benefits, there was nothing they did not dare to do. In just 2 days, Zhao Xian had gathered a group of nearly 50 people. After promising that if they went to the Yang family manor to retrieve something, each person would receive 100 taels of silver, these people all followed his lead and were willing to listen to his arrangements. In order to achieve a surefire success, Zhao Xian decided to take action at night. That afternoon, he led these people out of the southern part of the city to make preparations for the operation at night. Just when he thought that no one knew what he was doing, and was even thinking of offering the weapon to his master, Jining, the benefits he would receive would not be small. The people of the security bureau had been watching his every move for the past few days. As soon as they left the city gates, the news was reported to the deputy director, Yang San. As the deputy director, he was actually the leader of the security bureau. After training, Yang Sen had become much more mature, both mentally and mentally. As soon as he received the news, he quickly analyzed that this was a sign that Zhao Xian was about to make a move. After injuring the 3 embroidered uniform guards, the Yang clan manor had entered a state of emergency. They had even prepared for a large group of embroidered uniform guards to attack the manor. Under Yang San, Yang Si, and Yang Lu's joint plan, they even prepared a rocket launcher, a highly destructive weapon just in case. Unexpectedly, for the past 2 days, it had been very peaceful outside the manor. After investigation, they found out that Zhao Xian had other plans. He probably did not report the situation truthfully to his master, Jining. This could be seen from the fact that he had privately spent a lot of money to move the 3 injured embroidered uniform guards together for treatment. He wanted to hide something and wanted to play a big game of chess. But what did he want to do? Yang San and the others were only suspicious. All they did was send people to keep an eye on him. Now that there was finally news, as the deputy director, he slapped his thigh and said, "This Zhao Xian's appetite is not small. He wants to destroy the Yang clan manor privately, but he doesn't know how much weight he has." Yang Sen was really angry. He had clearly seen the power of firearms, but he still wanted to bring 50 people to attack the manor. How bold was he? He must have thought that the Yang clan manor only had one such advanced and powerful firearm. It must be so. Even though his thoughts were so childish, he still dared to have such ambition. Such a person could not be left alive. Yang San immediately made the decision to take the initiative to attack and get rid of Zhao Xian and his group. He also hurriedly sent his suggestion to Yang Si and Yang Lu. 60 miles northeast of Shangxi Yuzhou, a group of people was resting in the mountains. In order to prevent others from discovering their tracks, they did not even dare to start a fire. In the mountains, from a high vantage point, one could see the official road and the majestic Zijing Pass not far away. Naturally, they saw the Walla army knocking on the pass. Why are there enemies here? Could it be that our great Ming has fallen into the hands of the enemy? In the crowd, Zhu Qizhen, who was wearing a tiger's armor, looked very miserable with his hair disheveled. At this moment, when he saw the Walla army that was breaking through the pass, there was a hint of fear and worry between his brows. Ever since he was saved by Yang Chendong, Zhu Qizhen's courage had become much smaller. Along the way, he encountered a few small Walla teams. The scene of them fighting and killing the enemy made him see the fragility of human life. Even though they were all killed by the cold front led by Xiao Feng from a distance, every time they cleaned up the battlefield, when they walked up and saw the various miserable conditions of the corpses, it still hammered his heart time and time again. In the imperial court, in the palace, he would sometimes receive military reports saying that there was a rebellion at a certain place, that there was an enemy at a certain place, and that many soldiers had died in the process. But that was just a number that was forgotten after hearing it. How could it have such a deep impression? He had seen too many scenes and seen too many dead people. Zhu Qizhen secretly decided that he would just obediently stay in the palace in the future. It was more appropriate to leave the matters of war to the generals. An emperor who was skilled in both the pen and the sword sounded good, but it was not so easy to do it. Most importantly, he was not made for this. Along the way, Zhu Qizhen saw himself more clearly. This was something that Yang Chendong did not expect. With history already beginning to change, no one knew if this change in Zhu Qizhen's mental state was good or bad. It was also because of Zhu Qizhen that this group did not travel very quickly. This was especially true after passing through Yuzhou and getting closer and closer to the capital. This was not because he was afraid of returning home. It was simply because he knew that he was safe. As the Emperor Zhu Qizhen had begun to put on airs. In the absence of any threat to his life, his body began to rebel and display various signs of discomfort. As he walked faster, his body began to develop all sorts of small problems. They were no longer on the run, so no one could forcefully do anything to the emperor. They could only carefully accompany him. However, they had only traveled less than 100 miles in 3 days, and this was under the condition that they were riding on healthy horses. This ant-like crawling speed made Yang Chendong extremely anxious. In the Battle of the Tuma Fortress, Yang Chendong did not interfere too much. Or perhaps it could be said that he did not have the authority or opportunity to interfere too much. Only when the situation was settled and chaos descended did he strike with lightning speed to complete his plan. Yang Chendong, who had long known what would happen, had calculated everything beforehand, and made all his arrangements come into use. At present, everything seemed to be going according to plan, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. But Zhu Qijian's speed was truly beyond his expectations. If this continued, it would take at least 7 or 8 days, perhaps even longer, to reach the capital. He had always been worried about the safety of the people in the Yang clan manor, so he decided that he could not wait any longer. He had to strike ahead of time. Passively waiting had never been something that Yang Chendong was willing to do. Even though the Yang clan manor had Yang Si, Yang Lu, Dao Xiao, and the others, as well as the phantom sniper squad in the shadows, they were still a force to be reckoned with. With these people, unless an army invaded, ordinary attacks would not be able to harm them. But there was always an exception. History had long ago proven that unexpected things would happen from time to time. In order to avoid the possibility of an accident, he needed to return to the capital as quickly as possible. Chapter 147. Your Majesty, it has been nearly half a month since we left the Tumu castle. We have been very safe with the protection of the mercenaries. But after all, outsiders don't know our situation, and in order to avoid being hunted down by the Walla, we deliberately did not get in touch with the outside world. Now that so much time had passed, the situation in the capital was truly worrisome. I will be the vanguard and return to the capital first to tell the officials that Your Majesty is fine, so they can be at ease and stabilize the court. After thinking about it again and again, Yang Chendong finally decided to leave first and did not travel with Zhu Qijian, who was crawling like a snail. Yes, we need someone to report back in advance. Although Zhu Qijian's body was not in good condition, and he did not have enough exercise, his head was not injured and he was still very clear-headed at this time. He naturally knew that the news of him being fine had to be reported back first. Otherwise, who knew what would happen after a long time? But it was very important who to send back. After all, these powerful mercenaries were invited by Yang Chendong. If he was not there, who could take care of the situation if there was a problem? It was not easy to escape the claws of the Walla, but if they became a pawn in the hands of these mercenaries, they would not be able to find a place to cry. Zhu Qijian agreed to send someone back to inform, but it seemed that he did not agree with Yang Chendong's return. The Minister of War, Kuang Yi, and the Minister of Revenue, Wang Zhua, looked at each other and immediately understood. This time, it was because of Yang Chendong that their lives were saved. It could be called a great kindness. And now, it was time to repay the kindness. Immediately, the two of them knelt on the ground at the same time and said to Zhu Qijian, Your Majesty, we agree with Yang Chendong's request. But for the sake of justice, we ask the benefactor to reward Yang Chendong for his great merit in this matter, and ask Your Majesty to reward him. Your Majesty, please reward him. The other 7 officials who reacted were also awakened by this kneeling and immediately knelt on the ground to beg. This kneeling was to thank Yang Chendong for saving their lives, but at the same time, it was also for themselves. Thinking about it, if Yang Chendong could be conferred a title, then the 9 of them would at least be rewarded for their hard work. At the very least, he would be given the title of a loyal subject, which could be used as a condition for promotion in the future. Of course, there was a precondition to all of this, and that was that Yang Chendong, who had made the greatest contribution, had obtained the benefits first. Otherwise, how could they ask for credit? As soon as the 9 ministers knelt, Zhu Qijian immediately felt like he was the emperor. Feeling smug, he nodded his head and said, That's right. Everyone is right. This time, Yang Shima has indeed performed meritorious service in protecting His Majesty, and deserves to be heavily rewarded. In that case, I will confer Yang Chendong the title of Loyal and Courageous Count, with a salary of 1,100 stones. He will be able to command the troops in brocade clothes, and will be given a certificate. The Ming dynasty had always had a rule that those who did not contribute to the country and the military were not allowed to be bestowed with titles. This time, Yang Chendong had saved the emperor and 9 important ministers. This was definitely a military merit, and he deserved this title. Thank you, Your Majesty. After receiving the reward, Yang Chendong immediately knelt down to thank the emperor. Your Majesty is wise. Kuang Yi, Wang Zhua, and the other important ministers also knelt down one by one, thanking the emperor for his wisdom. Yang Chendong was conferred the title of Count, which was equivalent to receiving a very heavy reward. Then, would their rewards be far away? Everyone, please rise. Zhu Qizhen's face was filled with satisfaction. He liked the feeling of being bowed to 3 times and kowtowed to 9 times. This made him feel the prestige of being an emperor. However, after a smile, he also expressed his intention to send Yang Chendong back to the capital. Otherwise, why would he let him be the commander of the brocade guards? This was an official position in the upper echelons of the brocade guards. With this status, it would be much more convenient for him to move about the capital. With the title of Count, Yang Chendong was no longer the crown prince's steed, but the Count of loyalty and courage. At this moment, he stood up and once more requested that he return to the capital first to make arrangements. Okay, we approve. Count of loyalty and courage, which minister do you need to go with you? After making his decision, Zhu Qizhen began to consider who to send into the capital. In his view, Yang Chendong was still a little too light. This person had only been a 5th-rank official in the past, and he had only recently been conferred the title of Count of loyalty and courage. No one knew that sending him back would be very inconvenient. Zhu Qizhen had his own thoughts, and after saying this, he turned his gaze to the other 9 ministers. These 9 were all civil officials, and only Kuang Yi was the Minister of War. However, he was already very old, and it would be inappropriate for him to be in a hurry. Thus, none of them dared to meet the emperor's gaze. However, Yang Chendong had seen the reactions of his ministers, and he had never planned on bringing anyone back. After all, after returning to the capital, there were many things that he might not do according to the rules. Thus he clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, in this subject's view, we shouldn't have the other ministers accompany us. They are all exhausted from the journey. I want to bring the least amount of people back to the capital as quickly as possible. I'm afraid that the ministers' bodies won't be able to take it. If something happens along the way, it will be difficult to deal with it. Why don't this subject go alone? Your Majesty only needs to write an edict for this subject. This way, it will be easier to gain the trust of others, and it will also let everyone know that Your Majesty is well. Seeing that none of the 9 ministers took the initiative to step forward, and that Yang Chendong's words made sense, Zhu Qizhen pondered for a moment before saying, All right, since that's the case, do you have pen and paper? We will write an edict to reward the Count of loyalty and courage, and ask him to write a letter for the Count of loyalty and courage to bring it to Empress Dowager Sun and Empress Qian. Come, bring me pen and ink. Yang Chendong signaled to Beta Persei with his eyes. Beta Persei immediately responded, and then took out the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone that he had prepared in advance from the bag behind him. In such an environment, Yang Chendong was still able to bring these seemingly useless things. It had to be said that he was really considerate. Everything was prepared, and the Minister of Revenue, Wang Zhua, personally ground the ink. Soon, Zhu Qizhen personally finished writing an edict and a letter to the harem. Yang Chendong held the letter with the ink still wet, and named more than 30 people. Among them were the First Guard, Qiu Vi, Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and others who had been hiding in the cold front. Only Xiao Feng and 70 people were left behind, and Yang Wu was left behind to protect the emperor. Before leaving, Yang Chendong deliberately gave Xiao Feng a look that no one else knew. Even if Xiao Feng was a mercenary and came for money, that was, anyone who had money could use it. With Yang Chendong's understanding of Zhu Qizhen, he would definitely contact Xiao Feng if he had such an opportunity. He didn't do so before because of his face. Now that he had left, some words could naturally be said. This was probably the main reason why Zhu Qizhen agreed to let Yang Chendong go first. The night was dark and windy. It was the perfect time to kill. The night was not bad. There was wind, but it wasn't strong. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. This kind of night was the best time to do some evil deeds. Zhao Xian slowly moved towards the Yang village with the 50 men who were willing to die that he had recruited with a large sum of money. Although Zhao Xian was Jin Ying's servant, he was an ambitious person. He wanted to act alone and obtain great merit. Once he obtained the firearm that could fire continuously and accurately, he would be able to present it to his master, Jin Ying. It would only be a matter of time before he would be blessed with great fortune. He naturally had his reasons for not reporting this to his superiors, and not mobilizing a large number of embroidered uniform guards. Firstly, he was afraid that the merit would be divided. Secondly, he was worried that if too many people appeared and caused too much of a commotion, the other party would eventually destroy the exquisite firearm. If that was the case, there was no need to mobilize a large force just to destroy Yang village without their master, Yang Chendong. With the idea of obtaining great merit, Zhao Xian and the 50 people moved toward Yang village in the dark night. As they moved forward, they didn't pay much attention to concealment and formation. After all, they were at least 10 li away from Yang village. The night was so dark that they couldn't think of any reason for them to be discovered or be in danger. However, they didn't know that 3 li ahead, at a fork in the road that led to Yang village, the ghost sniper squad was waiting for them. After receiving the news that Zhao Xian was going to act, the Yang village was in an uproar. What others didn't expect was that the focus of the argument was actually who would lead the troops. The strength of an army depended on its morale. Even if it was a well-trained army, it would only be a defeated army when its morale was completely gone. Previously, there was no lack of elite troops from the Ming dynasty in the Tumu castle. Many of them were even left behind by the Ming dynasty's Emperor Zhu Di. However, after losing their morale, weren't they still unable to withstand a single blow? Not to mention how hard the Yangtze's new army trained, and the price they had to pay to become a qualified cold vanguard. In terms of morale, no one could compare. Among them, the fiercest were the Second Guard's Captain Dao Xiao, and the Ghost Sniper Squad's Captain Bai Zhua. The two of them led a team of 10 and 20 people respectively. In Yang Chendong's eyes, they were the elites of the elites. They were two sharp fists. Now that there was a mission, these two fists wanted to attack. They wanted to obtain merit and perform better. However, in the end the one who won was Captain Bai Zhua. It was not for anything else but because before Yang Chendong left, he had said that he had some secret things to do. The first was the Ghost Sniper Squad. This was because this was a hidden army that could attack the enemy from a long distance and not be discovered. The so-called hidden army referred to the fact that they could achieve the goal of being invisible to a certain extent. Before others could discover them, they would be eliminated. Chapter 148. This time, dealing with Zhao Xian was a secret mission. Mobilizing the Ghost Shadow Sniper Squad was the most appropriate move for this kind of mission. When Bai Zhua mentioned the 6th young master's message, Dao Xiao had no choice but to lower his head. The advantage of the guards was in their defense. They could even block bullets for their master in times of danger. Loyalty was a must. However, they did not have the ability to wipe out the enemy in an instant. The equipment in their hands made it very difficult for them to accomplish this goal. In the end, Bai Zhua won the mission and Yang Lu followed to supervise the completion of the mission. The final result still required him to personally report to Yang Chendong. This was one of the privileges of a servant. This was the meaning of the phrase, a 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. After receiving the mission, Bai Zhua left in high spirits. Not long after, he brought his 20 team members and Yang Lu, a total of 22 people, to the fork in the road. According to their previous discussion, even if Zhao Xian and the others appeared here, as long as their goal was not in the direction of Yangjia village, they should not touch him. After all, the 6th young master was not here. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. In other words, although Bai Zhua had made preparations, the final choice was still in Zhao Xian's hands. As long as he was not greedy, death could still be avoided. However, since Zhao Xian had seen the power of the new firearms and had made preparations for a few days, how could he not make a move on Yangjia village? Therefore, when Zhao Xian led more than 50 people to the fork in the road, he did not hesitate at all, and chose the direction that led to the Yang village. The moment they took the first step, they were destined to meet a tragic end. In order to complete this mission, Baizhua had brought the most advanced weapons and equipment. Needless to say, the sniper rifle had a shooting range of up to 2 kilometers. At the same time, it was equipped with extremely advanced night vision goggles, which ensured that the light in the field of vision was not too different from the light in the day. It was still possible to see every movement of the target clearly, and even every hair on their body. Under these conditions, one could imagine what awaited Zhao Xian and the others. The silhouettes of Zhao Xian and the others appeared clearly in the scope. These men in black seemed to be using the darkness of the night to disguise themselves, but in fact, every movement was magnified and could be seen clearly. Even the slight change in their eyes could be seen clearly. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Fire! As the captain, Baizhua was very calm at this time. Unlike the other teammates, he didn't need a spotter. Even though Yang Lu was crawling beside him, he was only here to observe the situation and wouldn't help anyone. Baizhua didn't need a spotter. He was still comparable to any group of subordinates. When he gave the order to shoot, according to the attack plan, the men in black walking in the last row became the first targets to be shot. Swish, 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 swish. Under the silencer, several flames suddenly appeared, followed by the sound of 11 black-clothed men falling to the ground, followed by the swollen bodies. One of them didn't get hit in the vitals because the silencer would change the aerodynamic efficiency of the bullet when it was fired. This would change the speed and direction of the bullet, which would affect the sniping distance and shooting accuracy. Since he wasn't hit in the vitals, he didn't die immediately. Instead, he struggled and screamed in pain. In such a dark night, the sudden miserable screams immediately attracted the other black-clothed men to hide in all directions like birds startled by the twang of a bow. In a situation where they did not know what had happened, there were even some who directly fell to the ground. It could be seen that they were indeed frightened. In an era where ordinary firearms were considered the most advanced firearms, the sniper rifle was something that many people had never seen before. There were no signs of life. Just a few flames lit up, and people fell to the ground dead. To the ancients who did not know anything about technology, this was no different from seeing a ghost. It made their bodies tremble, and at the same time, their hearts were also trembling. Once the order to shoot was given, the attack wouldn't stop unless all the enemies were eliminated. Even if these people were trembling and feeling fear from the depths of their souls, it couldn't change their fate at all. The flashes of light were like the fluttering of the world, dazzling and eye-catching. What followed was the men in black being killed on the ground one after another. No matter where they hid, whether they were standing, squatting, or lying down, it didn't change their fate of death. After the flashes of light, after only 5 rounds, only Zhao Xian was left on the battlefield. It wasn't that he hid well, nor was it that he was lucky. Leaving him alive was originally Yang Lu's request. More than 50 people were handed over to the Ghost Shadow Sniper team, leaving one person for himself to kill. This was the result that Yang Lu came to after discussing with Baizhua. They didn't want no one to know of their existence when they first appeared. Even if Zhao Xian was destined to die, it was also a kind of glory for him to know who killed him before he died. Originally, there was a group of living people around him. Although these people had cold expressions and even had a murderous aura in their eyes, they were still living people after all. It wasn't like now, where the surroundings were filled with a deathly aura, and the smell of fresh blood assailed his nostrils. Zhao Xian felt as if he was living in hell. There was only deathly aura around him. Just as his eyes kept turning and his mind was blank, frightened by the scene in front of him, Yang Lu appeared from a bush and walked out. Who are you? Let me tell you, my master is Lord Jining. If you dare to kill me, he will definitely not let you go. Feeling a black shadow creeping towards him in the distance, Zhao Xian's lips kept trembling as he tried to threaten the other party with a trembling voice. He was a fish on the chopping block. At this moment, Zhao Xian's voice was so weak and pale that it didn't pose the slightest threat to Yang Lu, who was getting closer and closer. With steady steps, Yang Lu walked step by step like a heavy hammer pounding on the soul. He arrived in front of Zhao Xian and raised the broadsword in his hand high. Kid, I'll give you a benefit before you die. I'll let you be a ghost that knows the truth. Since you've offended the 6th young master, death is your only fate. You're from the Yang village? No. That's impossible. Your master is already dead, and you still dare to offend Lord Jining. You're all destined to die. At this moment, Zhao Xian finally regained his senses and realized Yang Lu's identity. He then shouted hysterically. Unfortunately, no matter how much he shouted, he couldn't change the outcome. As Yang Lu raised his broadsword high and brought it down, a bloody head flew into the air. Zhao Xian was dead. When he died, his widened eyes seemed to express the unwillingness in his heart. He finally knew how powerful the Yang village was. He knew that the Yang village had more than one powerful firearm. He knew that the Yang village was not to be trifled with and was powerful. If he had another chance to choose, he definitely wouldn't have brought his men to the Yang village to steal the credit. Instead, he would have brought a large group of embroidered uniform guards to the Yang village. He didn't believe that the people of the Yang village would dare to resist against the embroidered uniform guards. Zhao Xian really didn't understand the people of the Yang village. They were soldiers of the new era, and were particular about obeying orders. As long as it was an order from Yang Qindong, even if they knew that there was a sea of fire in front of them, no one would frown when advancing. Even if the Imperial Secret Service really came, what they needed to do was to actively counterattack without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Xian was dead. He died without any signs of life. As the master, Jining didn't know at all. He really had too many things to do. Wang Zhen still had many remaining supporters to deal with. After all, Wang Zhen had covered the sky with one hand all these years. Whether it was in the palace or outside, he had accumulated too much power. It would take a lot of time to get rid of them. Other than Wang Zhen, there were many people who had to be dealt with in time. Before Zhu Qizhen left the capital, he had ordered Zhu Qiyu to stay in the capital. The court affairs would be handled by Jining, another eunuch, Xing'an the Minister of Personnel, Wang Ji and the Prince Consort, Jiao Jing. Wang Ji and Jiao Jing were easy to deal with. When faced with an extreme situation, the first thing a scholar would think of was self-preservation. As long as he didn't threaten the lives and interests of these people, they would stay put and watch everything with the attitude of watching a tiger fight from the top of a mountain. Xing'an, on the other hand, had first served Empress Dowager Sun, then Empress Qian. With the Empress's support, he wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, they were all eunuchs, so it was easy for them to guess each other's thoughts. As for the Xing, an eunuch, Jining wanted to negotiate first. Although Zhu Qiyu had already ascended the throne and become the substitute emperor, it was clear that he still respected his sister-in-law. If he made a move against Empress Qian's people, he had no idea what would happen if he was sued. It was precisely because of Wang Jinyu's faction and Xing'an's presence that Jining completely forgot about her servant Zhao Xian. 4 days later, everyone in Wang Jinyu's faction had been captured and killed. Aside from those who had escaped, most of them had been eliminated. Moreover, the negotiations with Xing'an had gone smoothly. Everyone had reached an agreement to mind their own business. Only then did he remember the matter of the immortal abode and sky beyond heaven. He immediately ordered someone to find Zhao Xian. After learning that Zhao Xian hadn't appeared for several days, he summoned the second master of the Yang clan, Yang Rang. He wanted to ask when these properties would become his. The palace eunuchs came to Yang Rang's residence and led him into the palace. Yang Rang's face lit up with joy. Chapter 149. He did not know that Zhao Xian had already gone to hell. He thought that he had succeeded, and that Jining was going to reward him. He did not forget that the eunuch in charge had said that there would be more benefits for him. He was still looking forward to being promoted and getting rich. Yang Rang came to the palace with a trace of anticipation and excitement. The moment he saw Jining, he knelt on the ground without any bottom line, and kept saying auspicious things about Jining. "All right, Lord Yang, please get up." A satisfied smile hung on Jining's face. What he loved the most was to see those high and mighty so-called pillars of the country, the aristocratic families, kneel down and salute him. It gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Yang Rang thanked him profusely and stood up again. Then he stood there respectfully with a bashful smile on his face. "Lord Yang, this time I called you here to ask you, do you know where Zhao Xian is now? And what happened when you went to the Yang village that day?" Jin Ying's question made Yang Rang's heart tremble. He had thought that the matter had been resolved. Unexpectedly, it was not the case at all. Zhao Xian had actually disappeared. For a moment, while he was surprised, he recounted everything that had happened at the Yang village that day. At first, Jin Ying listened carefully. However, the more he listened, the more complicated his expression became. As the master, he knew very well what kind of person Zhao Xian was. He was a person who rejoiced in grandiose achievements. It was only because he was very loyal to him that he was still used by him. Thinking that now that he had great power in his hands, he thought that the matter that was given to him would not go wrong. However, he had never imagined that things would turn out like this. He had a feeling that Zhao Xian's life was in danger, and that this matter must have something to do with the Yang village. Lord Yang, you said that when you went that day, the servants of the Yang village had an unknown firearm, and that it was very powerful? Is that so? Jin Ying thought of the crux of the matter. This was probably the result of Zhao Xian's selfishness. That's right, eunuch Jin. Those firearms are very powerful. Not only do they have great lethality, but they are also very accurate. Most importantly, those firearms can fire continuously. It's not something that our great firearms camp can compare with. When I saw it, I was also very curious. All right. Jin Ying's expression darkened as she interrupted Yang Rang's boastful speech. I know what happened. You can go back first. Jin Ying waved her hand. She didn't have time to waste on Yang Rang. Her mind was filled with questions about where these advanced firearms had come from, and who had given the Yang family servants the courage to confront the brocade guards. Yes. Yang Rang saw that Jin Ying was a little unhappy and prepared to leave. But when he retreated, he thought of something and said aloud, by the way, that servant is Yang Si who beat up the Walla messenger not long ago. Qian Sungbao even went to find trouble with him. I know. Jin Ying nodded. After Yang Si withdrew, he immediately ordered people to call for the brocade guards who had followed Zhao Xian to the Yang village that day. At the same time, he also called for Qian Sungbao to ask about Yang Si. Soon, 3 injured brocade guards were brought over and confirmed that Yang Rang's words were true. Not long after, Qian Sungbao also rushed over. Qian Sungbao didn't dare to refuse Jin Ying's summons. Now anyone could see that this person had great power and influence. His superior, the head eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate, Chen Guan, had been imprisoned even though he tried to curry favor with Wang Jianyu's faction. If he performed well and was promoted, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become the head eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate. All of this depended on Jin Ying's attitude. Greetings, eunuch Jin. When Qian Sungbao appeared, he was very respectful to Jin Ying. His eyes were full of flattery. When a person can decide your future and fate, it is very difficult for you to appear as an equal in front of him. Eunuch Qian, let me ask you, what is the matter with Yang Si? Jin Ying didn't have any intention of exchanging pleasantries. They had all been in the palace for many years, so he understood Wang Jianyu's personality better than anyone else. When Wang Jianyu had been in power, Wang Jianyu hadn't even looked at him. Now that he had power, Wang Jianyu wanted to curry favor with him. This was the nature of people. Yang Si? Qian Sungbao was rather confused by this question. He did his best to search for this name, but he didn't come up with anything. Yang Si of the Yang clan, a servant of Ma Yang. Jin Ying reminded him, impatience on his face. Oh, I remember now. That Yang Si once beat up the guard captain of the Walla emissary, Tujur, at the gate of the immortal abode. Because this matter involved diplomatic matters, the higher-ups gave me the task, and I had Tang Tong of the brocade guard go to the Yang clan to demand for him. It was said that he had already left the capital and gone to the Yang clan's Jianing residence. Later on, because of the conflict between the Walla and our great Ming, no one asked about this matter anymore. Qian Sungbao was also confused as he answered the question. He didn't understand why Lao Jinying was so concerned about a mere 5th-rank servant. He went to the Yang clan's residence. Let me tell you, a few days ago, he publicly injured 3 of my embroidered uniform guards who went to Yang village to enforce the law. Not only that, but my servant, Zhao Xian, has also disappeared. I suspect that this has a lot to do with Yang Si. As Jining spoke, he let out a soft snort, expressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. Something like that happened? Qian Sengbao had truly been shocked by this matter. Putting aside the fact that no one in the world dared to openly oppose the brocade guard, just the disappearance of Jin Ying's servant was a major matter. Based on this, the Yang village was doomed this time. After knowing Jin Ying's intentions, Qian Sengbao understood what he had to do next. He immediately took the initiative and said, "Don't worry, eunuch Jin. I will bring some people to the Yang clan and bring the criminal over. At the same time, I will search the place to see if I can find Zhao Xian's whereabouts." Very good. Seeing that Qian Sengbao understood his intentions, Jin Ying's expression eased. "Go ahead, but you must be vigilant. There is news that the other party has a new type of firearm with great destructive power. You must bring more people with you. Also, bring Mao Mu with you." In the past, when Wang Zhen communicated with the Yang clan, he relied on this person. Let him reason things out first. It's best not to make a move if possible. Of course, Jining wasn't someone who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. He didn't have the slightest intention of being soft-hearted when it came to the lives of the Yang clan people. He was worried that the advanced firearm would be destroyed, so he wanted to use the method of peace talks to resolve the matter. Qian Sengbao left after receiving his orders. As he instructed someone to find Tang Tong, Qianhu, and have him wait outside the palace with his men, he walked straight to where Mao Mu was resting. Mao Mu was the last-ranked eunuch in the ceremony directorate. Previously, he had been living a very glorious life, but now, he was like a rat on the street, hated by everyone. Speaking of eunuchs, there were too many differences between them and ordinary people. Their jealousy was several times greater than that of ordinary people. The thing they couldn't stand the most was others having a good time. Perhaps it was because of their bodies, but they were more passionate about power and money. Whenever they had the chance, they would always try to get some benefits for themselves. And when they had the chance to step on others, they wouldn't be soft-hearted at all. Previously, because of Yang Chendong's support, Mao Mu had been promoted several times. From a small eunuch leader to a large eunuch leader. As his status changed, he who represented the diapers earned a lot of money. For a period of time, other than Wang Zhen, few people dared to give him any face. But with the defeat at the front lines, and the news of Ing Zong and hundreds of officials dying in battle, Mao Mu's good days came to an end. There was no one to protect him. What followed was the jealousy of all the eunuchs. Almost everyone with some ability came to him to take advantage of him. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Mao Mu was decisive. First, he gave most of the money he had saved to Jining, drawing a clear line between him and Wang Zhen. Then, he used the rest of the money to get rid of the other eunuchs who came to make trouble for him. For a time, it could be said that he spent money like it was dirt. Only then did he manage to keep his position. Even so, his authority was no longer what it used to be. In addition, something had happened to Yang Chendong. Now he couldn't even find a source of diapers. He was completely empty-handed. All day long, he sighed in the palace. He only hated his bad fate. He had just met a wise master, and it hadn't been long before an accident happened. He really didn't know what to do. Just as he was shaking his head and sighing in his room, the door was pushed open. The supervising eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate, Qian Sengbao, walked in. When he saw Qian Sengbao, Mao Mu immediately climbed down from his bed. "I didn't know that eunuch Qian was coming. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." Looking at the awe-inspiring Mao Mu 10 days ago, seeing him being so respectful now, Qian Sengbao was very pleased. "Eunuch Mao, eunuch Jin has an errand for us to do. Pack up and come with me." "Oh, okay." As Mao Mu spoke, he turned and opened a cabinet at the head of his bed. He took out 200 taels of silver and handed it to Qian Sengbao. "Eunuch Qian, this is the last of my wealth. Although it isn't much, it is a token of my sincerity. Please accept it." 200 taels of silver really wasn't much. At least, it wasn't enough to get rid of the second-in-command of the Imperial Horse Directorate. However, Mao Mu really didn't have any more money. Qian Sengbao naturally wouldn't believe such words. But because Jining was still waiting for his news, time was of the essence. He decided that after dealing with the matter at hand, he would properly interrogate Mao Mu. He wasn't someone who could be beaten with just 200 taels of silver. Chapter 150. Mao Mu followed Qian Sengbao out of the palace and saw Qian Tong, who had already gathered 200 embroidered uniform guards. When Mao Mu's gaze met Tang Tong's, there was a look of sympathy in his eyes. They were all Wang Zhen's subordinates, and even Mao Mu had always been seen as one of Wang Zhen's trusted aides. His interaction with Yang Qindong was also because of Wang Zhen's instructions. Other than Wang Zhen, no one else knew Mao Mu's true identity. Let's go. He did not care about the change in Mao Mu and Tang Tong's attitudes. Perhaps in Qian Sengbao's eyes, becoming the head eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate was what he needed to care about. Under Qian Sengbao's lead, the group of people left the capital and headed toward the Yang Manor 15 li south of the city. In the Yang Manor, there were already spies from the Bureau of Security who had brought back the news. When they found out that a large group of embroidered uniform guards was coming out of the city, the atmosphere in the manor immediately became tense. This result was within the expectations of Yang Si, Yang Lu, and the others. After killing Zhao Xian, they had been waiting, but they did not expect it to take so long. Since they had been waiting for a long time, there was not the slightest bit of panic. Dao Xiao led the second guard to hide outside the manor. Baizhua led the Ghost Shadow Sniper squad to find a suitable place to hide. Yang Lu took Yang Xi's place and opened the door to face the enemy. Yang Xi was still dissatisfied with this. However, last time he had single-handedly defeated the embroidered uniform guards with a single shot. This time, it was not good for him to snatch the credit. An hour later, a group of embroidered uniform guards wearing flying fish robes arrived at the entrance of the Yang Manor. When the group led by Qian Sengbao arrived, they saw Yang Lu standing 100 steps away from them. He held a pitch-black firearm that they had never seen before and looked at them leisurely. In his eyes, there was a hint of disdain mixed within. This scene caused Qian Sengbao to be unable to vent his anger. It must be said that the embroidered uniform guards carried out many missions, but no matter where they went, and no matter what kind of status the other party had, who wouldn't tremble in fear and tremble when they saw them? This was the first time the Yang Manor had ignored them like this since the Great Ming was established. Based on this feeling of disregard, the people of the Yang Manor deserved to die. Qian Sengbao's eyes were filled with anger. He wanted to raise his hand and order the army to suppress them. However, when he thought about the mission Ji Ning had given him, which was to obtain the advanced firearms in one piece, he could only suppress his impulse. He looked at Tang Tong and said, "You go." "Go." Qian Sengbao's eyes' face. "You. Where? You. Is. Us here. We. And Sengbao. And. Mu was manner. Us was. S. What crime did he commit? Yang Lu was ready to kill. He did not expect the other party to not attack immediately. Instead, he acted as if he was trying to reason with him. At the same time, he was a little disappointed. Naturally, he wouldn't give them a good face. When the matter involved Yang Si, he directly retorted, expressing his strong side. He hit the Walla's envoy and hurt both our countries. Qian Sengbao said. Tang Tong was still talking about the mistakes the other party had made. However, after a few sentences, he felt that something was wrong. The Walla and the Great Ming were like fire and water. Hitting the Walla's envoy was not a crime. Instead, it should be considered to have won glory for the country. Qian Sengbao could not continue. Yang Lu laughed and said, "What's wrong? You can't continue? The Walla is a villain. While paying tribute to our Ming dynasty, he actually dared to take the initiative to start a war. This kind of opponent should be beaten up. Not to mention that Yang Si brothers are not here. Even if they were, they should have done something meritorious and not wrong." This. Qian Sengbao rolled his eyes and said, "Meritorious or not, we have to bring it back and let the higher-ups decide. How about this? Brother, please step aside and allow us to find Yang Si and bring him back first. We will definitely give you an explanation. How about that?" Without an excuse, Qian Sengbao could not believe that Tang Tong still insisted on entering the manor. Everyone knew about Sima Zhao's personality. Needless to say, Yang Lu shrugged and spread his hands to show his refusal. You go. Qian Sengbao, who was behind, saw Qian Sengbao's clumsy expression. He was naturally very angry that he had messed up the matter. He pointed at Mao Mu and instructed him to persuade Yang Lu. Mao Mu, of course, did not want to go. No matter what, Yang Chendong had done him a favor. Now that he was no longer around, he was unwilling to be a villain. However, this was not Qian Sengbao's idea. It was Jin Ying's idea. An arm could not win against a thigh. He had no other choice. Mao Mu reluctantly walked out from the crowd. His face was ashen as he walked to Tang Tong's side. As soon as Mao Mu appeared, Yang Lu's eyes were filled with suspicion. He stared into Mao Mu's eyes. Outsiders did not know about the relationship between Mao Mu and the sixth young master. But as a servant of the Yang family, he was very clear. Before the sixth young master left, he had instructed the security bureau to pay attention to Mao Mu's performance. At the same time, this was also a test. If Mao Mu could pass this test, he would definitely be put in an important position. On the other hand, if Mao Mu was a traitor, they would not mind getting rid of him and replacing him with someone else. Sensing Yang Lu's questioning gaze, Mao Mu hurriedly lowered his head. We're here to look for Yang Si. If he's here, then hand him over. If you insist on not handing him over, then I'm afraid we'll force our way into the manor. Let me ask you, can you stop 200 of us by yourself? Mao Mu's words were interrogative. However, if one listened carefully, it was as if he was telling Yang Lu that they would definitely enter the manor for an inspection today. Yang Lu should quickly think of a countermeasure. When Yang Lu heard Mao Mu's words, his expression was no longer as fierce as before. Since Mao Mu still had the heart to side with the Yang family manor, it would naturally not be good for him to target him. He immediately rushed towards Qian Sengbao, who was in the midst of the embroidered uniform guards, and said, I will stand right here. Unless there is an imperial edict from Emperor Ingzong, no one is to take a step into the manor for no reason. If anyone dares to do so, then I'm sorry, but the weapon in my hand is not something to be jealous of. As if to intimidate, Yang Si raised his hand and fired the 95 style. His action was exactly the same as when Yang Si had blocked Zhao Xian. Bah! The moment the gunshot rang out, the embroidered uniform guards in front of him became chaotic. Qian Sengbao, who was hiding in the crowd, felt his eyes light up. After receiving the mission, he knew that the biggest goal of this trip was this advanced firearm. Now that it was in front of him and he had seen it with his own eyes, he was very excited. However, at the same time he was somewhat nervous. The three injured embroidered uniform guards flashed in front of him. Qian Sengbao, who did not know how many times this firearm could be fired, would not take the initiative to take the risk. On the contrary, he valued his own life very much. It was because of this that he had already made preparations for this trip. He waved his large hand behind him, and a group of 50 embroidered uniform guards holding fire barrels, also known as fire barrels, appeared. They held primitive bronze fire barrels in their hands, and they appeared at the front of the group. This type of fire barrel was lighter and more agile than the earliest firearms. The barrel was slender and the front was cylindrical, and it could be used to store bullets. The medicine room was bulged in the shape of a ball, and there was a fire door on the wall for a fuse to ignite the fire. The tail end was hollow, and there was a wooden handle, making it easy for the shooter to control. Torches were quickly lit, and 50 embroidered uniform guards held torches and looked forward, as if they were ready to light the fire barrels at any time. The sudden hostility caused the atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. Mao Mu and Tang Tong, who were standing in the middle of the field, were so scared that they fell to the ground. They did not know the power of the firearm in Yang Lu's hands, but they had seen the power of the fire barrels in the hands of the embroidered uniform guards behind them. If the guns were fired randomly, there was no telling where the target would be. If they still dared to stand in the middle, they would undoubtedly become living targets. Whether the two of them were afraid of death or of being accidentally injured, they simply lay on the ground. In comparison, Yang Lu stood there with the 9-5 style as if nothing had happened. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear because of the appearance of these fire cylinders. On the contrary, his eyes were full of radiance. It was as if he wanted to experience the power of these cylinders. Qian Sungbao saw Yang Lu's behavior and was naturally very dissatisfied. He actually could not scare the other party. It seemed that simple intimidation had lost its meaning. He had to be serious. He thought that as long as he could kill Yang Lu from a distance, he would be able to obtain the advanced firearm. Then, the mission that Jining gave him would be considered completed. He immediately shouted, "Everyone listen up. The target is straight ahead. If anyone resists, kill without mercy." The reason why he had to go first instead of shooting first was obviously because the power of the flamethrower couldn't reach that far. He wanted to shorten the distance between them. As long as he reached the effective range, he wouldn't hold back. It was because he knew the effective range of the fire barrels that Yang Lu was so fearless. Now that he saw the other party's troops moving forward, he raised his gun and let out a deafening gunshot. "Stop where you are. Otherwise, I will shoot whoever dares to move forward." His voice was loud and clear, firm and powerful. It represented Yang Lu's current mood. However, the embroidered uniform guards didn't really stop. Qian Sungbao had given a strict order and was supervising the battle from the rear. If any of them dared to stop at this moment, they would be punished by military law. Before they saw the power of the new firearm, who would dare to stop? Chapter 151. The embroidered uniform guards did not stop because of Yang Lu's words. They continued to walk forward in a straight line. From their point of view, there was no reason for them to lose when 200 people fought one person. However, they did not know that this scene was exactly what Yang Lu wanted. He was really worried that if he shouted a few words, he would scare them. If that happened, he would not be able to use his skills. Now that these people were not afraid of death, it was exactly what he wanted. He also had a chance to show off. His shout spread out. Seeing that the embroidered uniform guards did not move, Yang Lu smiled. He raised the 95 style in his hand and aimed it at the embroidered uniform guards at the front. He then adjusted his breathing and his right index finger gently pulled the trigger. He began to fire one by one. In Yang Lu's eyes, the embroidered uniform guards who were lined up with fire barrels were like fixed targets. As long as he wanted to, he could easily take the life of any one of them. However, these people were not enemies, nor were they like the fugitives that Zhao Xian had brought. They were only soldiers who had received orders. They were not enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. He did not need to kill them. He only needed to injure them and make them suffer heavy injuries to break their fighting spirit. Yang Lu moved the muzzle of the gun slightly, from the original position of the forehead to the legs. His index finger moved slightly, and he fired the first shot. Bang! The second shot rang out. The spinning bullet flew forward and whistled through the air. It directly drilled into the right leg of an embroidered uniform guard. The bullet entered the flesh and brought about a huge impact. The moment it came into contact with the blood, there was a splash of blood. Next, a figure fell to the ground. Along with him was the green fire barrel that was originally in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. All of this was just the beginning. Following Yang Lu's continuous movements of his index finger, the embroidered uniform guards in the front row fell to the ground one after another. The extremely fast speed and accurate hit rate caused the embroidered uniform guards in the front row to become a complete mess. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death, especially when they knew that they were going to die. Even the embroidered uniform guards' morale began to waver. Some directly ran back, some took the initiative to lie down on the ground, and some had already lit their barrels and poured out the gunpowder. As for whether they could hurt Yang Lu or not, they no longer cared. 7 shots were fired, and after taking down 7 armed embroidered uniform guards, the entire formation fell into chaos. Qian Sungbao, who was sandwiched in the crowd, was also completely frightened by this scene. The scene of Yang Lu shooting at the embroidered uniform guards flashed in his mind. From this, he concluded that the other party's firearms were indeed very advanced. Once Jining obtained them, who in the world would be a match for him? If he could hold such a powerful weapon in his hands, whether he gave it to Jining or kept it for himself, it would become the most powerful weapon he could use to intimidate others. Overjoyed, he ignored the chaos in the formation and shouted to the front, Let's go together. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill all of us. Whoever rushes to the front and takes the firearm will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver and a promotion of 3 ranks. In order to achieve his goal, Qian Sungbao made a heavy promise. With a heavy reward, there were bound to be brave men. With this shout, many of the embroidered uniform guards who had been running back stopped in their tracks. Thinking of how to make a name for themselves, some of them made a fierce sound, turned around, and ran in Yang Lu's direction. The sudden change was noticed by Yang Lu. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of 8 or 10 people with one gun, but with so many of them charging at him together, he probably wouldn't even have the time to reload his gun. Originally, he wanted to be like Yang Si and fight the enemies alone, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the willpower of these embroidered uniform guards. He couldn't help but start to retreat. At the same time, he made a gesture with his right hand behind his back, telling the Ghost Shadow Sniper team, hidden inside the Yang village, to prepare to attack. Charge! Seeing that Yang Lu had started to retreat, the embroidered uniform guards couldn't help but be overjoyed. They seemed to have seen the light, saw the hope, and also saw that promotion and wealth were right in front of them. In the Yang village, Bai Zhua and the other 21 people were lying on the roof, each looking for the best angle to shoot. They were just waiting for the embroidered uniform guards to run into their shooting range to kill them. As the embroidered uniform guards approached step by step, the atmosphere became very tense. A big battle could break out at any time. Once the Ghost Shadow Sniper team attacked, the scene would be filled with corpses. It would also mean that the Yang village and the Great Ming dynasty had completely broken off. At this moment, everyone's hearts were thumping. They were nervous and excited. Bam bam bam. Just when the embroidered uniform guards were 200 steps away from the Yang village, and Bai Zhua was about to give the order to shoot, a series of intense gunshots suddenly rang out from behind them. This sudden gunshot also shocked the Ghost Shadow Sniper team, who were ready to shoot. Captain Bai Zhua didn't understand. They had agreed to attack first, and Dao Xiao and the second guard would finish them off. Why did they attack first? Captain? Are we going to attack? One of the Ghost Shadow Sniper team members couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and quietly asked Bai Zhua, "Wait a minute, don't shoot first." Bai Zhua looked at the Yang village's main gate in confusion. Then he took out his high-powered binoculars. When he looked at it, his expression became very excited. "Tell everyone, don't shoot without orders. The 6th young master is back." Yang Chendong was indeed back. He led more than 30 people and rushed over. 1 man and 2 horses didn't stop to rest. Finally, they arrived at the Yang village at the last moment. When he saw a large group of embroidered uniform guards rushing into the village, he didn't say anything and gave the order to shoot. Yang Chendong viewed the Yang village as very important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Zhu Qizhen in such a hurry and rushed back first. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to threaten the safety of his village and the lives of the people in the village. After Yang Chendong gave the order, the 30 people following him naturally wouldn't be polite. They raised their guns and roared. The unprepared embroidered uniform guards behind them quickly fell. This also scared Qian Sungbao, who was in the crowd. He didn't understand where these people came from, and how they actually dared to attack the embroidered uniform guards. Did they still have the law in their eyes? When he looked back with a puzzled heart, he saw a group of Ming Dynasty soldiers wearing Mandarin duck battle jackets. The people who came were actually Ming Dynasty soldiers, which made Qian Sungbao even more surprised. Since when did ordinary soldiers have the guts to attack the embroidered uniform guards? Moreover, where did those advanced firearms in their hands come from? In order to find out the reason, he ordered all the embroidered uniform guards to stop moving. He brought a few of his trusted subordinates and walked towards Yang Chendong at the back. At this time, Yang Chendong also gave the order to stop shooting. He wanted to see who couldn't help but attack the Yang village after he left. Of course, no matter who it was, he would make them pay the price in blood. As Qian Sungbao strode over, he naturally saw Yang Chendong in the crowd. Although he was dressed differently from his usual azure robes, who in the capital didn't know of the Dong Shui? Yang Chendong? It's actually you? Impudent. Who are you? How dare you call my family's name directly? Tiger's Mane, who was riding on a horse, had a cold look in his eyes. The muzzle of the pistol on his wrist was naturally pointed at Qian Sengbao's chest. Haha, you're just an insignificant fifth-rank official. You really don't enter this eunuch's eyes. My family's Qian Sengbao is the supervising eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate. Qian Sengbao reported his name amidst the laughter. According to his calculations, Yang Qindong would definitely dismount and greet him after he reported his name. After all, the group of eunuchs in the Ming dynasty always had great power, especially since he was one of the famous eunuch leaders. Naturally, the other party would cater to him. However, Qian Sengbao was destined to be disappointed. After he introduced himself, Yang Qindong acted as if he didn't hear him. On the contrary, he stared at him with a sharp gaze and asked, "This uncle is asking you, why did you step into the Yang family village to commit murder?" "This uncle? You. Aren't you the crown prince's horse protector?" Qian Sengbao was shocked by Yang Qindong's identity and asked with a puzzled expression. "This uncle is asking you why you came to the Yang family village to commit murder. Don't you understand human language?" Yang Qindong didn't have the slightest intention of answering. When he saw that the other party wasn't answering his question, he raised his right hand and fired a shot. It hit Qian Sengbao right below his right leg, causing him to kneel on the ground with a plop. No one would have thought that Yang Qindong would make a move just like that. He was still asking questions. The other side had already fired a shot and hit Qian Sengbao right below his right leg, causing him to kneel on the ground. If one looked carefully, it wasn't difficult to see that the direction he was kneeling in was where Yang Qindong was. Clang! When their master was humiliated, a few of Qian Sengbao's personal embroidered uniform guards immediately pulled out their embroidered spring swords. They looked like they were eager to rush up at any time. However, before they could do anything, Qiu Vi and the other guards had already raised the 95 style. Under the continuous firing of their guns, the few fierce-looking embroidered uniform guards all fell to the ground. Everyone was shot in the forehead and couldn't be more dead. Compared to Yang Qindong's previous warning, Yang Qindong didn't have any intention of leaving anyone alive. After a few gunshots, no one around Qian Sengbao was able to stand. This scene also frightened the supervising eunuch. He endured the pain from his leg and said repeatedly, "Spare my life, Dong Shuai, spare my life. I came to the Yang family village under the orders of eunuch Jining." Jining? Hee, that outdated old eunuch? Hearing that he came under the orders of Jining, Yang Qindong's eyes flashed with anger. After knowing the culprit, he lost interest in continuing to talk with Qian Sengbao. After shaking his head casually, the considerate tiger's mane on the side casually shot Qian Sengbao. Chapter 152. After the gunshot, Qian Sengbao's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with an unwilling expression. Even as he died, his eyes were still wide open. He clearly couldn't believe that Yang Qindong would be so bold. Not only did he kill the embroidered uniform guards, he also killed the chief eunuch. Was he not afraid of the Bright King's law? With Qian Sengbao dead, the other embroidered uniform guards looked at Yang Qindong with a strange gaze. At this moment, almost everyone was in a daze. They really didn't know if this person would be so bold as to kill them in the next breath. After all, he had already killed so many people, it didn't seem to matter if he killed a few more people. Under the protection of more than 30 guards in Lungfeng, Yang Qindong rode past the embroidered uniform guards who were kneeling on the ground in fear. He saw Tang Tong, who was also kneeling on the ground and trembling, as well as Mao Mu, whose eyes were filled with surprise. Watch these people. Without this uncle's orders, don't let a single one escape. Also, take care of these corpses. Eunuch Mao and Captain Tang, follow me into the manor, Yang Qindong said in a low voice, then turned and walked into the manor. At the entrance of the manor, Yang Lu was already kneeling on the ground respectfully. In the whole world, only the 6th young master could make him kneel so willingly. Get up. You've worked hard. When he passed by Yang Lu, Yang Qindong's voice became much more amiable. It was this "you've worked hard" that made Yang Lu have the urge to cry. However, he instinctively held back his tears and said, "To be loyal to the 6th young master is a subordinate's duty and obligation." Very good. Yang Chendong nodded lightly. He leaped past Yang Lu and headed straight for the entrance of the Yang Manor. Here he saw Qiao Yin, Madame Shui, and Madame Xiang. Of course, he also saw seventh sister Yang Duo and Hu Yan. Young master. When they saw Yang Chendong appear safe and sound, Qiao Yin and the others immediately burst into tears. From the looks of it, they seemed to have endless things to say. Don't cry. Young master, didn't I come back safe and sound? Hee, I have some matters to attend to. After I'm done, I'll have a long chat with you. Yang Chendong said to the girls with a happy expression. When his gaze fell on Hu Yan, he nodded lightly. Under their gazes, Hu Yan was immediately embarrassed. She had a feeling that her actions this time would definitely be accepted by Yang Chendong, and even her entire person would be accepted by him. Tang Tong and Mao Mu didn't even dare to raise their heads as they followed Yang Chendong into the Yang Manor. Just now, Qian Sengbao was killed without saying a word. They really didn't know if they would be killed because of their inappropriate actions next. Perhaps from Yang Chendong's performance just now, the two of them had already crowned this Dong Shui with the title of daring to the extreme. If it was possible, they could even say that he was rebelling. In the side hall, Yang Chendong sat down. Tiger's Mane stood on his left, and Beta Persei stood on his right to ensure his absolute safety. Qiao Yin still played the role of a personal maid. After taking the initiative to serve tea, she left. Needless to say, Yang Chendong was indeed a little thirsty after rushing all the way here. He didn't care about his image and drank the tea in one gulp. Then his gaze fell on Tang Tong and asked, "Tell me what's going on?" Dong Shui, I'm innocent. I'm just following orders. I don't have the slightest intention of becoming enemies with the Yang clan. Tang Tong, who was called out, knelt on the ground with a plop. It could be seen that he was extremely afraid now. His original backer, Wang Zhen, had fallen. Now he had become a fish on the chopping board. Since Yang Chendong killed Qian Sengbao without batting an eye, what was he to him? There was probably no difference between killing him and killing a chicken. He knew that Tang Tong, a Qianhu official, didn't have much ability and didn't dare to have any ideas about the Yang clan. Thus he ignored him and looked at Mao Mu. Tell me, how has the current situation changed? After seeing Yang Chendong kill Qian Sengbao with his own eyes, it would be a lie to say that Mao Mu wasn't afraid. In the past, he chose to rely on Yang Chendong because he liked his ability to make money and wanted to hitch a ride. Facts proved that his choice was right. He was promoted several times and became one of the eunuchs in charge of the ceremony directorate. Although he was ranked last and didn't have any real power, he was still one of the chief eunuchs. When he first heard the news that the emperor and all the officials had died on the battlefield, Mao Mu sighed that his life was not good. It wasn't easy to find a wise emperor, but he died in a few days. He became a person without anyone to rely on. This time, when he saw Yang Chendong come back, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. But this excitement was completely frightened after seeing Qian Sengbao killed with his own eyes. In his eyes, Yang Chendong's actions were no different from a rebellion. If he got close to him, wouldn't he also indirectly walk on a road of no return? He was truly afraid and had many thoughts. Facing Yang Chendong's question, he didn't know how to answer. He just copied Tang Tong and knelt on the ground, trembling all over. He couldn't even let out a fart for a long time. Gently shaking his head, Yang Chendong saw Mao Mu's expression. He could guess what the other party was thinking. He took out a secret letter and handed it to Mao Mu. Take a look. What is this? With your status, you should be able to recognize whose handwriting this is. A letter was handed to him. Mao Mu curiously reached out to take it. When he slowly opened it and saw the handwriting and content, his original nervousness turned into excitement and then joy. He immediately kowtowed heavily to the ground. This little one greets Uncle Zhongdan, greets Uncle Zhongdan. When Yang Chendong saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that there were still many things that he needed to do. Even Mao Mu, who had a close relationship with him and had even recognized him as his master, believed in imperial power so much. If he really declared himself king, there probably wouldn't be many people in the world who would sincerely respond to him. Even if he relied on advanced weapons to become king, It was a situation that was formed under pressure. It wasn't a situation that he sincerely submitted to. While Yang Chendong was still sighing, Tang Tong, who was kneeling on the ground at the same time, had a strange look in his eyes. He didn't understand why eunuch Mao had such a huge change. As if sensing Tang Tong's confusion, Mao Mu handed the letter to him and said, "Take a look. This is a reward from the emperor. It is definitely written by Ingzong." After receiving the letter, Tang Tong looked over and quickly kowtowed to the ground. At the same time he shouted, "This official greets Uncle Zhongdan, greets Uncle Zhongdan. Okay, both of you get up. Now, you can clearly explain the situation in the court to this uncle." After revealing his trump card, Yang Chendong had won the trust of the two. With Zhu Qizhen's personal handwriting, Mao Mu naturally didn't have any psychological burdens, and began to speak of everything he knew. Occasionally, Tang Tong would add a few words. As he listened to the two, Yang Chendong's expression turned grave, and he couldn't help but sigh at the power of the wheel of history. Although he had saved Zhu Qizhen, this did not change the fact that the Mastiff King had become Daizong. Moreover, without Yu Qian, the court was completely under eunuch Jin Ying's control. Yang Chendong also had no good impression of Jin Ying. This eunuch was essentially jackals of the same tribe as Wang Zhen, and he was also not a good person. With him here, Daizong would probably find it very difficult to become a wise sovereign. It took an hour for Mao Mu and Tang Tong to give a rough account of the situation in the capital, but even this was not complete. Fortunately, Yang Chendong had already understood, and had a general understanding of the situation. "Okay, this uncle already knows the situation. I presume that you've already guessed that Ingzong is fine, and is currently heading to the capital under the protection of soldiers. This uncle is merely a vanguard official. Now comes the problem. The Great Ming now has two emperors. How will you choose?" As Yang Chendong spoke, he turned his deep eyes to Mao Mu and Tang Tong, intending to force them to state their stance. He had even made up his mind. It would be fine if these two were willing to swear loyalty to Zhu Qizhen, but if they weren't, he would kill them both. Until he had infiltrated the palace and met with Empress Qian, his return could not be exposed. Sensing the pressure in Yang Chendong's eyes, Mao Mu made his choice without the slightest hesitation. This lowly one is a eunuch appointed by Ingzong, and naturally must swear loyalty to him. Yes, this lowly one is also loyal to Ingzong. This time, Tang Tong reacted quickly and made his choice right behind Mao Mu. Okay. This answer was within Yang Chendong's expectations. They had all been glorious figures of Ingzong's era, but now that Daizong had been replaced, Jining viewed them as dissidents, and they were on the verge of being eliminated. It had always been easy to choose where to go. Since all of you have chosen Ingzong like this uncle, it is time for us to repay His Imperial Majesty's kindness. Mao Mu, immediately arrange for me to enter the palace and meet with Empress Qian. Remember, only you can know of this matter. As for how much silver it will cost, I will prepare it for you in a little while. Tang Tong, immediately get in touch with those embroidered uniform guard leaders. This emperor is also the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. As long as they join me, their past mistakes can be forgiven. Of course, Yang Chendong would also choose to work for Ingzong Zhu Qizhen. This was not about who he wanted to swear loyalty to, but in the current situation, Ingzong was clearly at a disadvantage. He had to help him gain a foothold. In his opinion, whether it was Ingzong, Zhu Qizhen, or Daizong, Zhu Qiyu, as the emperor, they could not be too strong. It would be best if the two emperors worked together. This way, he would be able to benefit from both sides. Now that Ingzong was at a disadvantage, he naturally had to help him. Chapter 153. Mao Mu and Tang Tong left happily after they got the job. Before they left, the two of them each got a few boxes of silver. This was the working capital that Yang Chendong gave them. Without money, it would be difficult to do anything in this world. When the two of them left, they naturally patted their chests and promised that they would do a good job. As for Qian Sengbao's death, they followed Yang Chendong's words and said that he was searching the Yang family manor. He said that he did not see any new firearms and was looking for them. As long as the news could be delayed for half a day, Yang Chendong could naturally do a lot of things. Mao Mu and Tang Tong left happily. Hu Yan, Xiao Yin, and the other girls also walked from the back hall to the side hall. They all looked at Yang Chendong with happy eyes. Except for seventh sister Yang Duo, the other girls' eyes were shining. They looked like they couldn't wait to throw themselves into Dong Shuai's arms and be comforted. After so many days without a woman by his side, Yang Chendong's body also had needs. But he knew that there were too many things that needed to be done now. He would have to wait until night to talk about love. He could only suppress the impulse in his heart and smiled at the girls. You can rest assured. This young master is very good. I didn't get hurt at all. Later, when the situation stabilizes, I will talk to you one by one. For now, young master Yang San is here. He is waiting in your study. Tiger's mane walked into the side hall at the right time. His appearance helped Yang Chendong out of the situation, and also found a suitable excuse for temporarily leaving. Okay, this young master will go right away. After Yang Chendong finished speaking to Tiger's mane, he showed an apologetic smile to the girls. Then he got up and went to Hu Yan's side. He reached out and gently stroked her slender jade hand. Thank you for your hard work. Having her little hand grabbed by Yang Chendong in front of everyone, Hu Yan's little heart had long failed to live up to her expectations, and was beating rapidly. Her little face was blushing and her head was almost buried in her neck. She didn't even know when Yang Chendong left. She only remembered that Xiao Yin and the other girls came to her side and laughed at her for a while, making her even more embarrassed. In the study, Yang San rushed back from the capital after learning that the young master had returned safely. At the same time, he brought more detailed information about the capital. Flipping through page after page of accurate information obtained by the Security Bureau, Yang Chendong had a clearer understanding of the situation in the capital. Jining had indeed served several emperors. Once she gained power, her methods were very impressive. In an extremely short period of time, she had roped in many old officials for her use. From the looks of it, once Ingzong returned to the court, the situation would become even more complicated. Among all the information, there was one that caught Yang Chendong's attention. That was that the eunuch Xing'an, who was serving Empress Qian and had followed Empress Dowager Sun and led the harem, had actually reached an agreement with Jining. This was also thanks to the Security Bureau being willing to spend money to obtain such important information. However, even Mao Mu probably didn't know about this information. Thinking about how Mao Mu, who did not know, might enter the palace to contact Xing and discuss his meeting with Empress Qian, Yang Chendong's expression changed. He decisively decided to change his previous plan. He looked at Yang San and asked, "Let me ask you, is it possible to contact Empress Qian without anyone noticing?" After some thought, Yang San gave Yang Chendong an answer. "It's possible. We bribed one of the Empress Palace maids, but if we do this, the spies we've spent so much money on will be exposed." "It's fine. If they're exposed, they're exposed. In the future, we'll just spend money to plant more spies. How about this? Immediately get in touch with that palace maid, and then..." Mao Mu excitedly returned to the capital and entered the imperial palace. Just as Yang Chendong had guessed, he went to find Xing'an, the chief eunuch serving the empress. As the chief eunuch serving the empress, Xing'an had 40 eunuchs under his direct command, and there were countless eunuchs under these 40 eunuchs. Unlike the eunuchs serving the emperor, Xing'an's authority was mainly in the harem. If the empress had too much power, then the chief eunuch in the harem could be on par with some of the chief eunuchs serving the emperor. From how Ingzong allowed Xing'an and Jining to assist him on this expedition, one could see his status. However, because Empress Qian wasn't keen on power, he wasn't as awe-inspiring as Jining. Even so, other eunuchs couldn't meet him just because they wanted to. Fortunately, Mao Mu was originally the eunuch in charge of the ceremony directorate. In addition, he had spent a lot of money to send a message to Xing'an, allowing the two to meet. "So it's eunuch Mao. But why aren't you working in the ceremony directorate? Why have you come to this duke's place?" They met, but Xing'an's attitude wasn't good. He spoke in a condescending tone. "Eunuch Xing, this lowly one has come to discuss something important with you. Please dismiss your attendants." Mao Mu saw that there were two other eunuchs in the room and spoke carefully. Xing'an was about to bring a cup of tea to his mouth when he heard this and was startled. He carefully looked at Mao Mu and saw that he wasn't faking it. He thought that Mao Mu wouldn't dare to harm him here, so he lazily waved his hand, leaving only the two of them in the room. Now that there were no outsiders, Xing'an put down his cup and said, "Eunuch Mao, I hope that you truly do have something important to discuss with me." "Of course. Eunuch Xing, to tell you the truth, this lowly one has just received an important piece of information. Yingzong hasn't died." After approaching Xing'an's ear, Mao Mu told him the information he got from Yang Qindong. Originally, Xing'an's expression was calm as usual, but after hearing this, his expression immediately changed greatly. He looked at Mao Mu with shock in his eyes. What did you say?" "Yingzong is still alive, and he's heading toward the capital," Mao Mu said in an excited voice, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. "Where did you get this information?" Xing'an's face was red, but he didn't know if it was because he was excited or for some other reason. Mao Mu didn't think too much at this moment, nor did he know that Xing'an had already reached an agreement with Jining. One of them was in the imperial court while the other was in the harem. Both of them minded their own business. He thought that Xing'an had this expression because he was happy, so he said, "I can't say where it came from yet. Someone is a vanguard sent back by Yingzong. He wants to meet with the Empress first, and Eunuch Xing needs to arrange it." Hearing that the vanguard was sent back, Xing'an's eyes flickered continuously. His somewhat gloomy eyes emitted a sinister glint. "All right, I will personally arrange this matter. Just tell me when he might enter the palace." Mao Mu had come happily and left satisfied. Xing'an's last few words were about this matter. He would definitely tell the Empress his role in this matter. In this way, his meteoric rise was just around the corner. After Mao Mu left, Xing'an hurriedly left the harem and went straight to Jin Ying's office. But what he didn't know was that just as he left, two palace maids left the Empress's palace together. Xing'an's sudden arrival naturally attracted Jin Ying's attention. Currently, there was still a pile of matters to deal with in the imperial court. He really didn't want to have any disputes with Xing'an right now. Of course, once he grasped the overall situation, no one knew what he would do. In the secret room, Xing'an told Jining the news he got from Mao Mu. As expected, it gave her a big fright. "Eunuch Xing, this matter can't be taken as a joke. General Shiheng said that Yingzong and hundreds of officials died in the battle, and his body has been found. How could there be another Yingzong?" Jining thought of everything that Shiheng reported in the imperial court that day, and said in a doubtful tone, "Yes. I don't really believe it either, but Mao Mu said it with certainty. Otherwise, Eunuch Jin can capture Mao Mu and ask him." Xing'an also wasn't too sure, so he wanted to capture the eunuch who told them the news and torture him. Then he would have no choice but to say it. After hearing this, Jining was a bit tempted, but then she shook her head. "No rush. If we capture Mao Mu now, I'm afraid that the so-called vanguard won't dare to appear rashly. Let's do it like this. Everything will go according to the plan you discussed before. Once the vanguard appears, we'll capture him, and then interrogate him about whether Yingzong is still alive. If he's lying to us, then it's no big deal. But if he's alive, then we'll put him under house arrest. When the time comes, we'll inform Daizong. This will be a great merit. When that time comes, will we be left out of the benefits?" Good. Eunuch Jin's thoughts are thorough. Thinking about how he could use this opportunity to make a good contribution in front of the new emperor, Xing'an's face was filled with excitement. Although it was true that he was the head eunuch by Empress Qian's side, the emperor had already been replaced, and the empress would be replaced sooner or later. When that time came, he would have to make plans as early as possible. This was also why he took the initiative to tell Jining this matter. This was to pave the way for future matters. Mao Mu was still waiting. When the time came, he would bring Yang Qindong to meet with Empress Qian in private. But before the main person appeared, a young eunuch appeared first. "Eunuch Mao, the sixth young master has a message for you. Immediately leave the palace with me." "Who are you?" Mao Mu asked warily when he saw that the young eunuch was unfamiliar. "Eunuch Jin, don't worry about who I am. All of this was arranged by the sixth young master. He said that what you did has been exposed. Soon, a great disaster will befall you. Come with me now. The eunuch who came also had an anxious look on his face. He was taking a huge risk by doing this. If Yang San had not found him and said that he was willing to pay 2,000 taels of silver for him to make this trip, then he definitely would not have appeared here. If it had been any other excuse to find him, Mamu might not have left with him. But the young eunuch mentioned the sixth young master. That meant that not many people knew that the sixth young master was still alive. This matter was filled with more credibility. All right, I'll go with you. Chapter 154. Young Family Manor. A carriage arrived outside the manor, and entered the manor without any inspection. As soon as it stopped, Hu Yan, Yang Duo, and Xiao Yin hurriedly came up to greet it. However, when the curtains were opened, only 2 women in palace-made attire were revealed. Hu Yan, Yang Duo, Xiao Yin greets the empress. After seeing the appearance of one of the palace maids, the 3 immediately bowed. There's no need to be so polite. Where is the Eastern commander? Empress Qian's face was filled with anxiety. After greeting the 3 women, she directly asked for Yang Chendong's location. He is. The young master is in the main hall waiting for the empress. Because he has some urgent matters to attend to, he couldn't come to greet you. Xiao Yin explained for Yang Chendong. No matter. I'll have to trouble you 3 to lead the way. Empress Qian didn't care whether Yang Chendong came to greet her or not. What she cared about was the news the palace maids told her. It was that Ingzong wasn't dead. Just this one sentence was enough for her to take any risk and meet anyone. Speaking of this Empress Qian, she was truly a good woman. She wasn't greedy for money or power. She truly loved Zhu Qizhen wholeheartedly and saw him as her husband, not some emperor or monarch. History recorded that Ingzong was captured by the Walla during the Tumu Rebellion. In order to bring Ingzong back, Qian used up all of her wealth to redeem Ingzong. She lived frugally and cried all day long, praying to the gods to protect Ingzong's safe return. When she was tired, she would lie down on the ground, crippling one leg and blinding one eye from crying. When Ming Ingzong ascended the throne, Qian was honored as the Empress Dowager. After Ingzong returned, she and her husband were imprisoned in the southern palace for 7 years, relying on each other for survival. In the 8th year of Jingtai, 1457, Ingzong was restored and Qian was reinstated as the empress. In the 8th year of Tianshun, 1464, Emperor Ingzong passed away. His posthumous edict read, "After Empress Qian lives for 10,000 years, she shall be buried with Zhen." After Emperor Ingzong ascended the throne, he honored her as the Empress Dowager and gave her the insignia of Cae. It was precisely because he already knew this that Yang Chendong dared to inform Empress Qian that Ingzong was still alive, and not Empress Dowager Sunday. This was because the Security Bureau had already sent news that Empress Dowager's son was currently under strict protection by Jining. It was likely that she would not be able to see her at all. Anyone who met the Empress Dowager in private would be arrested without question. In the main hall, Yang Chendong was listening to Tiger's man's report and the movements of the embroidered uniform guards. Yang Chendong knew that it was only a matter of time before the news of his return leaked out. It would take at most 1 day, or at most half a day for someone to point the finger at him. How to strengthen his strength in this period of time became the most important problem. This was also the reason why he let Tang Tong go. He was also gambling. He was gambling that this person would be loyal to Emperor Ingzong and fight for a future. From the information from the Security Bureau, this person was indeed working hard. He had already contacted many embroidered uniform guards Qianhu and Baihu. However, at the same time, he had also caused quite a commotion. Jining probably already knew about it. Arrange for Bai Zhua to lead the Ghost Shadow Sniper team out of the manor to provide support. Remember, this is not the time to kill, but to warn. Yang Chendong quickly made a decision and prepared for the arrival of Tang Tong and the others. Yes. Tiger's man replied and prepared to make the arrangements. However, before he left, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Young master, Hu Zhangning is also the embroidered uniform guard's guardian. Why didn't you inform him to come help the emperor?" "Forget it. The situation is unclear now. It's better not to let the Hu family get involved in this mess. Yang Chendong shook his head decisively. Of course, he had considered his future father-in-law. However, he could support Emperor Ingzong because he had the means to protect himself. However, the Hu family was different. Moreover, they were in the capital. If Emperor Ingzong got angry and wanted to punish the Hu family, even he couldn't do anything. Since the young master had already made plans, Tiger's man naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. After agreeing, he turned and left. Just as Tiger's man left, Empress Qian, dressed as a palace maid, came to the main hall. It had to be said that the empress was the empress. Even though she was dressed in palace maid attire, it was still difficult to hide her noble aura. In addition, she was indeed very beautiful and young. Her appearance actually made Yang Chendong's eyes light up. The surprise only lasted for a moment. Yang Chendong quickly considered everyone's identity. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, "This subject pays respects to the empress. No need to be so polite. Yang Chendong, you said that Emperor Ingzong is still alive. Do you have any evidence?" Empress Qian's face was anxious. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, expressing her current mood. "Yes, please take a look." As Yang Chendong replied, he took out the secret letter written by Zhu Qizhen and handed it to Empress Qian. She received the dense letter with trembling hands. When she opened it and saw the familiar words, Empress Qian couldn't help but cry. This long-awaited handwritten letter was enough to prove that Emperor Ingzong was still alive. For a woman like her, this was the greatest joy. The secret letter had originally been written to Empress Qian. It recorded Emperor Ingzong's recent situation, especially how Yang Chendong had performed a great service and how he had protected Zhu Qizhen to safely escape from the Timu castle. Now he had been conferred the title of Count of Loyalty and Courage, a trustworthy person. No matter what the situation in the capital was like, this person was trustworthy. He hoped that Empress Qian and Empress Dowager Sun would cooperate with the Count of Loyalty and Courage. At the end, he wrote that in a few days he would return to the capital under the protection of the officials. At that time, it would be time for husband and wife to be reunited. Emperor Ingzong was indeed fine, and would soon return to the capital. This allowed the large stone hanging in Empress Qian's heart to be put down. She tightly grasped the letter in her hand. When she looked at Yang Chendong, she was about to kneel on the ground to express her gratitude. "Empress, you must not do this." Yang Chendong had long been prepared for this. Everything he had done could not be resolved with a single kneel. It would be better to leave this kneel so that Emperor Ingzong and Empress Qian could continue to express their gratitude. With Yang Chendong's shout, Huyen, Xiaoyin, and the other girls came over to help Empress Qian up. Being supported by the girls, Empress Qian knew that kneeling to express her gratitude would not do. Empress Qian excitedly said, "Count of Loyalty and Courage, Emperor Ingzong told me to cooperate with you in all matters. What do you think this empress can do? Stay here for the time being. I won't hide it from you. I'm afraid that someone already knows that I've returned, and that Emperor Ingzong is still alive. They're probably looking for you right now, so it's safer for you to stay here." Yang Chendong thought about how Jin Ying and eunuch Xing, and would probably be very disappointed that he had not gone to the imperial palace according to the previous agreement. Looking for me? Who are they? What do they want? Although Empress Qian was pure and kind, it did not mean that she was not scheming. From Yang Chendong's words, she had already guessed something. At this point, there was no need to hide some things. Yang Chendong said, "The ones looking for you should be Xing, and then eunuch Jining. They know that Emperor Ingzong has returned, and want to capture you to force the emperor to hold back." "What? Xing and also betrayed me?" Hearing this, Empress Qian's face was filled with disappointment. She had originally thought that Xing, and had followed her for many years and had always thought of her, so he was a trustworthy person. However, it seemed that there were no such things as eternal friends. There were only eternal benefits. In the imperial palace, the appointed time had arrived. Not only had the mysterious vanguard not appeared, but even Mao Mu had disappeared. Jin Ying and Xing were both shocked. Xing suddenly cried out, "Not good, we might have been tricked. Quick, Come with me to the imperial palace to see if the empress is still there. Xing An's reaction wasn't slow, but Yang Qindong had changed his plans long ago. How could he have predicted this? By the time they returned to the Empress chambers, Empress Qian had truly disappeared. For a moment, the two eunuchs slapped their knees in hatred, hating themselves for being so careless. At this moment, another eunuch came to report that the embroidered uniform guard had important matters to report. Qianhu Tangtong was currently holding a meeting with the other Qianhu and Baihu, and it was clear that he intended to leave the capital. How rebellious! Let's go and see what these people are up to. When Jining heard that even the embroidered uniform guard was beginning to disobey her, she was instantly furious. These series of events had already proven that Emperor Ingzong was still alive. Otherwise, what was the point of setting up such a large game of chess? Jining sensed that the situation was about to spiral out of control, so she hastily left the Empress chambers and ran into an agent of the embroidered uniform guard. While they were still some distance away, the agent anxiously said, "Eunuch Jin, your subordinate has already investigated. Nearly 1,000 embroidered uniform guards have gone to the Yang Clan Manor 15 li south of the city." The Yang Clan Manor? Yang Qindong? He's actually still alive. When Jining heard this, she suddenly had a feeling of realization. She had been speculating about which vanguard Emperor Ingzong would send back to the capital. For this matter, she had already arranged for all the soldiers guarding the city to interrogate anyone who had come from outside, but they had found nothing. But if this person was Yang Qindong, then everything made sense. This person had never entered the capital, so how could she find him? Good, very good. Jining was not angry. On the contrary, she was rather happy. She had been afraid that she wouldn't be able to find this troublemaker. As long as this person was found, the matter would be easy to handle. She just needed to capture this person or directly kill him, severing Emperor Ingzong's foundation. Then she would have rendered a great service to Daizong. Come, gather 3,000 embroidered uniform guards and pursue them out of the city. We must exterminate Tang Tong and the other rebels. Not mentioning Yang Qindong was part of Jin Ying's selfishness. If she could suppress the news that this person had returned to the capital and that Emperor Ingzong was still alive, then it was best to do so. Following Jin Ying's command, the embroidered uniform guards became busy. Mobilizing 3,000 men in one go was impossible, even if one did not want to be known by outsiders. Such a large movement quickly reached the ears of Chao Jixiang, the #1 eunuch in the ceremony directorate. Chapter 155. Chao Jixiang was the first of Wang Zhen's students. In the first year of Zhengtang, 1436, the court sent an army to Luchuan to suppress Si Renfa. Chao Jixiang served as an army supervisor. In the 9th year of Zhengtang, 1444, Chao Jixiang participated in a punitive expedition against Wulianga. Together with Duke Qingzhuyong and eunuch Lu Yong, he sent out troops. In the 13th year of Zhengtang, 1448, he went to Fujian with Marquis Ningyang Chen Mao to suppress the peasant uprising led by Deng Maoqi. He supervised firearms with eunuch Wang Jin. Every time he sent out troops, he would select some brave generals and nimble soldiers to serve under him. After he returned, he would raise them at home. Thus, there were many weapons and warriors hidden in his home. Because of his good performance, he was promoted to the position of first eunuch in charge of the ceremony directorate. In name, he held the right to mobilize the brocade guard in the East faction. However, this was only in name. In reality, regardless of whether it was during Wang Zhen's reign or Jin Ying's current reign, he was only in name. The only people he could mobilize were the 500 warriors hidden in his home. When this eunuch, who was nominally in charge of the brocade guard, heard the news of a large mobilization, he immediately sent people to investigate. He had always been very honest. Even though everyone knew that he was Wang Zhen's man, Jining did not immediately act against him. However, this did not mean that he was honest. He just lacked an opportunity to rise up. This powerful eunuch of the Ming dynasty in history, who had even participated in a rebellion, finally felt restless. Seeing that Jining had sucked up to Zhu Qiyu and become a powerful eunuch, Chao Jixiang did not immediately act. Instead, he waited. In his eyes, the situation in the court was not very clear. At the very least, the Walla people who had defeated Zhu Qizhen were a big threat. Before they were defeated, no decision could be considered completely correct. Since he could become a powerful eunuch, he had to be very scheming. It was during this period of waiting that things changed. He learned from his trusted aide that Ingzong might still be alive, and that he had chosen Yang Chendong as the vanguard to return to the army. This news for Chao Jixiang, who had been silent all this time, was very exciting. At the same time that he saw the light, his entire person became restless. Opportunities were called opportunities because they were rare and had to be grasped. Chao Jixiang was prepared to seize this opportunity. He immediately called over his nephew Chao Qin, his adopted son Chao Xian and Chao Duo, and told them that he was prepared to help Yang Chendong. Chao Jixiang had always been known for his shrewdness, and there were even people who called him the youngest old fox. He was referring to the fact that even though he was young, he had great foresight. Since he had made such a decision, his subordinates would naturally raise both hands in approval. After reaching a consensus, more embroidered uniform guards and East faction guards started to gather. He had been the director of the East factory for several years. Although it was only in name, the truth was that Wang Zhen had always been in charge of the East factory. He also had to listen to Wang Zhen's instructions when making important decisions. But that didn't mean that Chao Jixiang didn't do anything. On the contrary, he had been secretly building his own system. Now that Wang Zhen was no longer around and the heavy stone on his head was gone, it was time for Chao Jixiang to show his strength. Soon, no less than 3,000 people from the Eastern faction and the brocade guards gathered and headed to the Yangjia village under Chao Jixiang's personal lead. Outside the Yangjia village, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Tang Tong led 1,000 embroidered uniform guards in front, while the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Han Ji, led 3,000 embroidered uniform guards in pursuit. Behind them were the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards and East faction guards led by Chao Jixiang himself. They were like orioles following closely behind. The soldiers of the warden's office guarding the south gate of the Great Ming Dynasty looked at the large group of embroidered uniform guards and East faction guards walking out of the city. They guessed that something big must have happened, but they couldn't imagine what kind of big thing it was with their intelligence. On the road 5 li outside the Yangjia village, the Ghost Shadow Sniper team hidden in the dense forest on both sides of the road were ready. They were waiting for the enemy to arrive and give them a thunderous blow. This place would become the place for them to show their fangs once again. Yang Si stood alone in the middle of the road. He could already see the figures of Tang Tong and the others in the distance, but he still didn't panic. It was as if the army of 1,000 didn't exist. It wasn't until Tang Tong ran in front of him that he waved his hand and said, "Count Zhongdan has given the order. Warriors who are loyal to Ingzong, stand behind me. As for the others who want to invade the Yang family manor, kill them." Yang Si's voice wasn't very loud, but it had a kind of deterrent force. Tang Tong and the others consciously stood behind him and formed a formation. Just as they finished doing this, a group of people came from the distance. They were all wearing flying robes and holding embroidered spring sabers. Their faces were murderous. "Stop right there." When Yang Si saw that the distance between him and the embroidered uniform guards was already about 60 paces, he suddenly let out a loud roar. The sound of his roar rang out, causing Han Ji Xian, who was leading the charge, to involuntarily rein in his horse and stop. "Who are you? You dare to block the path of my embroidered uniform guards. Do you know that you have committed a capital offense?" Han Ji's eyes were full of murderous intent as he glared at Yang Si. "In front of us is the private manor of Count Zhongdan. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Otherwise, it is a capital offense. I want to ask you, how many heads do you have? Are you tired of living?" Facing the angry Han Ji, Yang Si responded with a sneer. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. When Han Ji saw Yang Si's imposing manner, he who was originally filled with anger, immediately turned hostile. "Brat, I am now under Eunuch Jin's orders to capture these traitorous remnants of the embroidered uniform guard. If you know what's good for you, dismount from your horse and kneel on the ground and beg for surrender. Otherwise, Don't blame this official for being merciless. Lightly shaking his head, Yangtze narrowed his eyes into slits and didn't say anything else. The warning had already been issued. If the other party still insisted on doing things their own way, the Ghost Shadow Sniper Squad would show them what the end of the road was, and what despair was. Seeing that Yangtze didn't say anything else, Hanji's imposing manner couldn't help but rise. He turned his head to the left and right and said, "Go capture Tang Tong and the leaders of the rebellion. If anyone dares to resist, kill them without mercy and wipe out their families." Yes. A few of the embroidered uniform guards who were swept by Hanji's gaze immediately puffed out their chests and raised their heads. They rode their horses forward as if they couldn't bear to look at them. At the same time, their right hands pressed on the embroidered spring sabers at their waists. They looked like they would kill anyone who dared to resist. Puff puff puff. The snipers with silencers opened fire under Baizuo's command. Without the slightest movement, for embroidered uniform guards who were riding forward fell from their horses. When they landed on the ground, each of them widened their eyes. Their faces were filled with unwillingness and confusion. The 4 officers of the embroidered uniform guard were suddenly killed on the spot without any warning. This frightened the others. For a moment, the embroidered uniform guards who were advancing stopped in their tracks. They looked around as if they were looking for something. There's no need to look. If anyone is looking, I guarantee that the next one to die will be him. In order to increase the sense of mystery, as well as to deal a fatal blow to the enemy's morale, Yangtze's shout rang out. Some of the officers who were obedient immediately stopped their actions of inquiring about the situation. However, there were also 2 who didn't know what was good for them. They didn't take Yangtze's words seriously at all. They were still looking around to find the reason for their comrades' deaths. However, in the next second, the 2 of them became corpses. They fell from their horses with a spear between their eyebrows. 6 people died in a row. This sudden turn of events caused the embroidered uniform guards to cry out in alarm. Death wasn't scary, but to die without knowing why, or even who killed you, this became very scary. Hanji also had a physical body. With the help of Jin Ying's power and influence, such a person would naturally cherish his life more than ordinary people. Glory and wealth were right in front of him. If he died without enjoying it, how unjust would that be? Seeing that 6 of his subordinates had died in succession, he really couldn't find the reason. His expression changed again and again, and he said to the left and right, "Go, you guys, rush over. This official wants to see who is causing mischief in the dark." Hanji didn't know the reason. Naturally, he couldn't go back and report to Jining. Whether it was for his own position or to give his superiors an explanation, he needed more people to test the danger and find the real killer move. The embroidered uniform guards who were called out immediately changed their expressions. There were only 2 kinds of people who knew that they would die but still wanted to go forward. One was someone with strong faith. The other was someone who was stupid. For these embroidered uniform guards, faith was nothing. In their eyes, power and money were more important. To be elected to the embroidered uniform guards, they naturally weren't stupid. If there were no benefits, why would they be willing to take the risk? At that moment, several people looked at Hanji with pleading eyes. Their pleading was very obvious. What? Is no one going to listen to my orders? Let me tell you, if you rush forward and die in battle, you will die for the country. Your family will be compensated. On the other hand, if you disobey, not only will you die, your family will also be implicated. Choose for yourselves. The angry Hanji wouldn't reason with his subordinates. He directly made his position clear. To outsiders, the embroidered uniform guards were very powerful. They could even capture important officials. However, at the same time, their internal rules were very strict. So strict that even the slightest mistake could result in death. Since Hanji had already threatened them, they had no other choice. After a few people looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. Their hands shook the reins of their horses, and they leaped into the ranks. After a few more almost inaudible gunshots, none of the embroidered uniform guards were lucky enough to survive. They all fell off their horses and died. Chapter 156. A few more people died, but they still didn't find anything out of the ordinary. While Hanji's expression changed drastically, he realized that the embroidered uniform guards around him were intentionally keeping their distance from him. From the looks of it, it was clear that they were afraid of being called out and sent to their deaths. In the dense forest beside the road, the members of the Ghost Sniper team were very excited. They liked the feeling of taking someone's head from 1,000 meters away. The moment the bullet whizzed out, the blood in their bodies seemed to boil. Now, they just hoped that Hanji wouldn't be scared and give them a chance to kill to their heart's content. Would Hanji be scared? The answer was yes. Seeing 10 of his brothers die in front of him for no reason, he was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to turn around and leave. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know how to reply to Jining, he would have disappeared long ago. In contrast, Tang Tong and the others were in high spirits. Although they didn't know why the enemy died as soon as they moved, they were sure that the person who did it in the dark was one of their own. With such a strong external aid, what else did they have to be afraid of? Now they just had to watch the other party advance and die one by one. At the same time, many of the brocade guards who were hesitant about whether to follow Tang Tong were glad that they made the right choice. Report. Just as Hanji was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do next, a cavalry scout came from behind. As soon as he appeared, he got off his horse and knelt on the ground. Report to Master Han. Chao Jixiang is leading 3,000 brocade guards to surround us. Chao Jixiang. Hearing that someone was coming to surround them, Hanji didn't feel nervous. On the contrary, he was very happy in his heart. He was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to report back without a reason. Now Chao Jixiang's arrival gave him enough of an excuse. Not good, they're here to deal with us. So everyone listen to my order, retreat. Hanji reacted as if he was facing a great enemy and shouted in horror. Then he urged his horse back. The other embroidered uniform guards who didn't want to move forward for a long time finally had a suitable reason and excuse. They all followed behind Hanji and ran away. 3,000 brocade guards really came with a strong momentum and left with flying sand. In the blink of an eye, they had all retreated, leaving only 10 gradually cold corpses on the ground. Where is Tang Tong? Send people to deal with these corpses. At the same time, send 100 people to guard this place. No one is allowed to take a step forward without orders. Otherwise, these people will become their role models. Yangtze issued the order loudly, then rode his horse back to the Yang village. He wanted to tell the young master about Chao Jixiang's arrival and ask him to make a decision. Chao Jixiang led the warriors under his command and the embroidered uniform guards that he could recruit, a total of more than 3,000 people, out of the southern part of the city and headed towards the Yang family manor. Once the army left the capital, it began to slow down. In order to show his importance, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wanted to wait for Hanji and Tang Tong to kill each other. Then, he would appear as the one who collected the corpses. In this way, he would be able to show his importance. The army proceeded at an unhurried pace, but after traveling only 5 li, the scouts sent back news that Hanji and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards had retreated and chosen a different route to return to the capital. Retreated? Could it be that they didn't fight with Tang Tong? Or did they not catch up at all? Chao Jixiang's face was filled with confusion and doubt. This was different from what he had imagined. We caught up with them, but we don't know why the two sides didn't fight. After they discovered our existence, they quickly left. The scout also had a puzzled look on his face, but he still told the truth about what he had heard. Chao Jixiang, who didn't know the reason, knew that the opportunity to watch the tigers fight was gone. However, he wasn't discouraged. There were benefits to not fighting. For example, Tang Tong and the others were safe. This was also a good thing. He believed that he had the ability to devour this force. This way, he would be able to strengthen himself without suffering heavy losses. Alright, since Hanji and the others have left, let's make a trip to the Yang family manor. Hehe, I have heard of this East Marshal for a long time. Yang family manor. Chao Jixiang, hehe, this is indeed a character. Yang Chendong listened to Yang Xi's report and had a calm smile on his face. How could he not know of this eunuch who had eventually gone on the path of rebellion in history? It was only because of Wang Zhen's Jining that he didn't stand out so much. With the passage of time, this person had finally stepped onto the stage of history. Based on his performance, he had even had the opportunity to shine earlier than in history. Pass down the message. When he arrives, bring him to see this uncle. Yang Chendong, who had already bared his fangs, no longer had to be so careful in everything like before the wooden castle. Even when facing Chao Jixiang, he still had a sense of superiority. Yes. Yang Si cupped his fists in acknowledgement and left. Yang Chendong was left alone to think about what to do next. He could no longer hide the fact that he was the vanguard of the Ying sect. A dynasty was about to have 2 emperors. He really didn't know what choice everyone would make. And what choice would the acting sect master, Zhu Qiyu, make? Han Ji led the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards back to the capital in a panic. As soon as they entered the inner city, they headed straight for the imperial palace. In the imperial palace, Jining had already told the newly ascended acting sect master, Zhu Qiyu, about the fact that Yang Chendong had returned to the capital as the vanguard of the Ying sect. She also told him about how he had already taken Empress Qian out of the palace. Zhu Qiyu's expression became somewhat panicked. His throne was not inherited from anyone, nor was it passed down orally like the other emperors. It was completely pushed to this position by the ministers who forced him to do something beyond his ability. He had originally thought that his brother, Zhu Qizhen, had died on the battlefield. That way his throne would be rightful. But he had never imagined that he was still alive. What was the point of his throne then? Wasn't he being suspected of usurping the throne? Thinking of this, Zhu Qiyu tried to say to Jining, since royal brother is still alive, when he returns, we can give the throne back to him. Zhu Qiyu's answer disappointed Jining greatly. At the same time, she was shocked. If this was the truth, she could imagine what his fate would be. When the Ying sect left, he had told her to handle court affairs with another eunuch, Xing'an, the minister of appointments, Wang Ji, and the emperor's son-in-law, Jiao Jing. But now, not only had he taken over the other 3, he had also recommended Zhu Qiyu to be the emperor. If he was investigated, the result was obvious. Not only would she die, but everyone related to her would also not be able to escape. She absolutely could not allow Zhu Qizhen to ascend the throne again. After Jining made up her mind, she looked at Zhu Qiyu and said in a threatening tone, "Your Majesty, do you think this is borrowing something? If you don't need it, you can return it? This is the throne. Whether you are willing or not, you are now the acting sect master of the great Ming dynasty. Based on this, do you think that if he returns he will spare you?" "Ah, what should I do?" Zhu Qiyu heard Jin Ying's words and immediately panicked. Zhu Qiyu was not a shrewd person. In terms of scheming, he was far from his brother, Zhu Qizhen. He was straightforward and had a low EQ. Sometimes he didn't even know how to be flexible. In history, he had even openly bribed the officials for his son to become the crown prince. This could be seen. Now that he heard Jin Ying's threatening words, he was naturally shocked. Speaking of which, no one wanted to die. Zhu Qiyu was naturally the same. Especially after being the emperor for a few days, the people below were very polite to him. No matter what he wanted to do, they would obey. This feeling made him feel a little smug. Now he had to give up all of his privileges and even bear the risk of losing his life. If it were anyone else, they would be afraid and reluctant to do so. Jining saw that Zhu Qiyu was a little scared and knew that her words had worked. While she was happy, she spoke her opinion and meaning. "Your Majesty, no matter how you obtain the throne, there is no doubt that it is legitimate. You were recommended by the officials and approved by Empress Dowager Sunday. Then, you are the current emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty. There is no doubt about this. If anyone has doubts, then they should be arrested and killed as an example to others." "Arrested and killed?" Zhu Qiyu repeated Jin Ying's words. "That's right, capture them and kill them. This way, no one will dare to say bad things about you. As for the matter of Emperor Yingzong returning to the court, I think we can make him the retired emperor, just like Li Yuan during the Tang dynasty. Wasn't he revered as the retired emperor by his second son, Li Shimin? In later generations, because Li Shimin was close to the government and loved the people, he was still revered as Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. This is the example set by our predecessors. Jining was not an ignorant and incompetent person. When she spoke of history, she was clear and logical. After Jin Ying's advice, Zhu Qiyu's expression became much better. He did not want to die. In order to live on and even live a better life, he could only let his imperial brother suffer. All right, then we will do as you say and honor my imperial brother as the retired emperor. However, I don't know how the officials will react. Will they support me? After all, I have only been the emperor for a few days. My imperial brother has been the emperor for more than 10 years. It's fine. As long as we give enough benefits, these officials will make the right choice, Jining said confidently. Now that he had great power and Zhu Qiyu's support, he did not believe that anyone would dare to have any objections. Of course, he still prioritized roping in those who could be roped in. Ever since the Han dynasty revered Confucianism, the disciples of Confucianism were a privileged class and were high above the masses. They monopolized education and officialdom. They were decadent and fell. They were conservative and stubborn. However, they had great power. Even the emperor had to give face to Confucianism. Chapter 157. This was also why Zhu Qiyu was so worried about the reactions of the officials. The power they represented was often greater than that of the imperial power. Jining naturally understood this principle. But it was precisely because he knew the reason that he was even more confident that as long as he gave them enough benefits, he would have no need to worry about the support of these officials. And among these ministers, there was one person who was very important, and that was Yang Qindong. Since Zhu Qiyu had sent him back as the vanguard, this meant that he was trusted. If he could also support Zhu Qiyu's claim to be the rightful emperor, Zhu Qiyu would truly be unable to make a comeback. After deciding on a plan with the emperor, Jining left the main hall and ran into the embroidered uniform guard commander Han Ji, who was like an ant on a hot pan. When he saw his master come out, Han Ji dropped to his knees. This subordinate was incompetent and was unable to capture Tang Gui and the others. In addition, Chao Jixiang led a large group of embroidered uniform guards to cut off this subordinate's retreat. This subordinate was worried that the army would be lost, so I retreated first. But I have already sent people to the various city gates and warned them that without your highness's order, no embroidered uniform guard is allowed to enter the capital. What's going on? How many men did Chao Jixiang lead? So many things had happened in such a short time, and Jin Ying's expression changed again and again. He had originally believed that with his superior numbers, killing Tang Tong and capturing Yang Qindong was just a matter of time. Once Yang Shima became a prisoner, he would no longer have a chance to negotiate with him. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. He had never imagined that things would turn out to be completely different. It's like this. Han Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained everything he had seen and heard to Jining. When he heard that 10 embroidered uniform guards had been killed without a single sign, and that no one had been able to find out who had done it, Jining knew that it had to have been the work of those advanced firearms. He also understood that the report that Qian Sengbao had taken the Yang clan and was searching for firearms was false. By the time he had received the news, Qian Sengbao had probably already been dead. It seemed that the Yang clan truly could not be underestimated. With the advanced firearms, the Yangjia village was already impregnable. Now that they had Chao Jixiang's support, it was likely that they would become powerful. It seemed that this Yang Shima was really difficult to deal with. It would be impossible to defeat him without spending a bit of capital. Alright, I got it. How about this? I will immediately report this matter to His Majesty. You lead the embroidered uniform guards and wait for my orders. After Jining finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the main hall of the palace. She found Zhu Qiyu again. My dear minister, is there something wrong? Seeing Jining appear, for some reason, Zhu Qizhen felt a burst of panic in his heart. Your Majesty, things are indeed a little unexpected. That Yang Qindong, who was just conferred the title of Loyal and Courageous Count by Ingzong, has a very powerful firearm in his hands. It can easily take a person's life within a few hundred steps. Just now, 10 embroidered uniform guards died in the hands of this firearm. As soon as Jining saw Zhu Qizhen, she made the situation sound very serious. If she didn't do that, she wouldn't be able to get his attention, and it wouldn't be easy to talk about the following conditions. There's such a thing? What should we do? Zhu Qiyu started to panic again. He really didn't expect that he would be so nervous as emperor. Don't worry, I'll say the same thing. Your Majesty, as long as we give the loyal and courageous count enough benefits, it will be very easy for him to recognize you as emperor. Now it's up to us to see how much capital we can spend, Jining asked tentatively. Although he said that he had great power now, when it came to conferring titles, it wasn't something that a powerful official like him could decide. All right, as long as he's willing to recognize me as emperor, I'll confer him a high official. My dear minister, what do you think will satisfy him? In order to become emperor, Zhu Qiyu's life would no longer be threatened. At this moment, he was also willing to spend a lot of capital. With Zhu Qiyu's attitude, Jining breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, since Ingzong can confer him the title of count, why can't we confer him the title of marquis? As long as we show enough importance, I'm sure that Yang Chendong will be indescribably grateful. At that time, he'll naturally follow your lead. When that time comes, Ingzong will really have no one to rely on. Confer the title of marquis? That's fine. I'll leave this matter to you, my dear minister. Zhu Qiyu only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Although there was a saying in the Great Ming Dynasty that one couldn't be conferred a title without military merit, since imperial brother Zhu Qizhen had already conferred the title of count, it shouldn't be too much for him to promote him. On the official road 5 li away from Yang Manor, Chao Jixiang rushed over with his army of 3,000. What he saw was a man dressed as a servant riding on a tall horse blocking the road. Behind him were 100 embroidered uniform guards wearing flying fish robes. The formation was placed in front of him, but it was completely unwelcoming. There wasn't the slightest bit of welcome. This caused Chao Jixiang to be dissatisfied. His nephew, Chao Xian, was flustered and exasperated as he shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you recognize Lord Chao?" During Wang Zhen's reign, Chao Jixiang was the first eunuch in charge of the ceremony directorate. In name, he was in charge of the Eastern faction and the embroidered uniform guards. His subordinates naturally recognized him. However, after witnessing Han Ji's defeat, they were filled with confidence in their loyalty. Even if their immediate superior appeared, no one would feel afraid. Chao Xian roared, only to be met with silence. After a while, seeing that no one spoke, Yang Si chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Brother, are you trying to scare someone?" F***CK, who are you? Chao Xian felt that he had lost face. He pulled out his embroidered spring saber and pointed it at Yang Si. The threat was obvious. Is no one going to take care of you spouting shit? Yang Si's expression also darkened. He looked at the leader, Chao Jixiang, implying that his subordinate was speaking rudely, but as the master, he was not going to take care of him? Facing Yang Si's gaze, Chao Jixiang acted as if he did not see it. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sky above, as if he was sighing about the good weather today. Ding! A crisp and deafening sound suddenly rang out. The embroidered spring saber that was pulled out was struck by the spear and fell to the ground. Chao Xian, who was holding the saber, also staggered and almost fell off the horse. Who is it? The sudden change caused all the embroidered uniform guards to be extremely alarmed. The foster sons of Chao Xian and Chao Duo even stood on the left and right of Chao Jixiang, and they looked around with the intention of clearly seeing where the threat came from. There is no need to look. If I want your little lives, it is merely a matter of raising my hand. The corner of Yang Si's mouth curled as he coldly snorted when he saw Chao Jixiang and the rest acting as if they were facing a great enemy. When his voice fell, it also attracted the laughter of the 100 embroidered uniform guards behind him, including Tang Tong. The mocking laughter entered Chao Xian's ears, causing his face to flush red. He felt that he had lost all face. In a fit of anger, he wanted to charge forward. However, he had just taken a step forward when the warhorse under him was suddenly startled. It then fell to the ground with a plop. Chao Xian, who was unprepared, was thrown to the ground. When he fell off the horse, he rolled a few times. His body was covered in dust, and his face was pale as he stood foolishly on the spot. Do you see? If I wanted to take your life, you would have been a dead man just now. It was only because Count Zhonghua thought that you were all wholeheartedly serving the public that he showed mercy. However, if there is anyone who refuses to accept this and wants to provoke me, then I won't be polite in the slightest. If you don't believe me, you can try. Pointing at Chao Xian, who was crawling up from the ground, Yang Xi's words were no longer merciless. This time, there was no one who didn't believe him. Although there were still some people who didn't accept this, they suppressed the impulse in their hearts. This was because they knew that if they didn't act properly, it was very likely that they would end up dead on the spot. Chao Jixiang, who was originally calm and waiting for Yang Chendong to appear, was no longer as relaxed as before. When he looked at Yang Xi again, he first pushed away Chao Xian and Chao Duo, who were protecting him. Then he mounted on his horse and cupped his hands together. This brother, I am Chao Jixiang. I have something to discuss with Count Zhonghua. Please pass on the message. Wouldn't it have been fine if you had done this earlier? All right. Wait for me to report to Count Zhonghua. Yang Xi had long expected this kind of result. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a trace of politeness. Turning around, Yang Xi didn't immediately head straight for the Yang clan manor. Instead, he said to the leader, Tang Tong, look carefully. If anyone doesn't listen to my advice and recklessly charges forward, you only need to shout loudly, and there will naturally be people who will take their lives. After saying this, Yang Xi swaggered off, leaving Chao Jixiang and the others with no place to vent their anger. No matter what, Chao Jixiang was the eunuch in charge of the ceremony directorate and was ranked first. Moreover, he also had the status of the East Faction factory manager. Normally, when he met any minister, the other party would be polite. How could he have encountered this kind of situation? Even if Yang Chendong had already been conferred a noble title and became Count Zhonghua, there were still many people in the Great Ming Dynasty who had a noble title. How could he dare to be so impolite to the East Faction factory manager? It was just that the situation was stronger than the person. Although in terms of status he was a level higher than the other party, the killing intent that came out of nowhere really scared Chao Jixiang and the others. Yang Xi told them to wait obediently, so they could only continue to wait. In the Yang clan manor, Yang Chendong was in the study drawing for the women. Because there were too many women squeezing in, it actually felt a little crowded. Hu Yan, Xiao Yin, Yang Duo, Lady Shui, and Lady Xiang were all in the study, waiting in line for Yang Chendong to draw. A strange atmosphere lingered in the study, giving Yang Chendong a kind of scalp-tingling feeling. Chapter 158. Among the 5 women, Hu Yan and Yang Duo were in the same group. Their gazes were the most direct, sweeping over Xiao Yin and the other 2 women from time to time, giving people the feeling that they were scanning their bodies. Because of their backgrounds, Hu Yan and Yang Duo had more in common. In their opinion, it wasn't that a man couldn't marry a concubine, but he should at least respect the first wife, right? Obviously, Hu Yan should play the role of the first wife. Xiao Yin and Madame Shui were in the same group. They were all people who had served Yang Chendong before, and they had the same experience of serving him. Naturally, their hearts were closer. However, when they faced Hu Yan's gaze, they still felt a little unnatural. Perhaps they also knew that with their backgrounds, it was impossible for them to be the first wife of the 6th young master. To be able to become a concubine was already a blessing from their ancestors. The last of the 5 women, Madame Xiang, felt uncomfortable standing there. She was extremely careful when she spoke and walked. Her background wasn't good, and she hadn't been recognized by Yang Chendong. Logically speaking, she shouldn't stay here. However, after experiencing the previous incident, she didn't want to let go of this relationship. So what if she was looked down upon? In short, this time she definitely wouldn't back down. Even if she had to refuse, she would do it on Dong Shuai's bed. It was said that 3 women were enough to make a show, but now there were 5 women. 4 of them had feelings for him, and one of them was his biological sister. Yang Chendong didn't know what to do. Although he was still holding a brush, he was no longer in the mood to paint. Cough. With a light cough, Yang Chendong decided to change this situation. Some things needed to be made clear. Otherwise, he didn't know how he would live in the future. What he wanted was to enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives, not to look at other people's faces and consider their feelings. His cough immediately attracted the attention of the 5 women. Almost at the same time, several cups of tea were handed to him. Seeing all the women fawning over him, Yang Chendong couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, "All right, I understand your intentions. Now I'll give everyone a choice. If you want to leave my woman, you can do so. Not only will I not pursue the matter, I'll even give her a large sum of money. It can be considered as ending our fate." "That's right, 7th sister. Can you leave first?" Yang Chendong's intention was to discuss, but his tone was extremely firm. This caused 7th sister Yang Duo, who originally wanted to stay here to watch the show, to feel a chill run down her spine. She actually involuntarily agreed, and then left the study. After Yang Duo left, the 4 women left behind all liked Yang Chendong, and Dong Shuai also liked them. At this moment, the 5 of them were staring at each other, but none of them moved. "All right, since no one wants to leave, then this young master has to say some rules." Yang Chendong began to set the family rules. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. If he didn't make things clear in advance, if something happened in the future, it wouldn't be easy to come up with a solution. Since you've chosen to be Yang Chendong's woman, then the first thing you need to do is not to be jealous. If anyone can't accept this, then you can also leave now. My promise just now still counts. As he spoke, Yang Chendong's gaze fell on the 4 women one by one. After seeing that the 4 women didn't have any reaction, Yang Chendong said, "Then it can be considered that you've agreed. From now on, if anyone takes any extreme actions because of jealousy, then sorry, the result will be that you'll be kicked out of the Yang family village and never allowed to take a step back. Second, after becoming my woman, you need to pay attention to unity. Because you'll be sisters in the future, if you get along well, this young master will naturally be happy. If I have to see you use all kinds of methods to fight, then I'll be very unhappy. The result will also be that I'll be kicked out of the Yang family and never allowed to enter again. Third, you can have your own business. As long as you're willing to do it, this young master will support you and provide you with enough money. I'll also send people to protect you. In other words, I'll give you enough freedom. But there's one thing, you're not allowed to be with other men behind my back. If I find out, it won't be as simple as kicking you out of the Yang family. This is my bottom line, and I hope you'll remember it in your hearts. Fourth, as long as it's money you earn, you can spend it however you want. I won't ask. Even if it's not earned by you, you can spend it if it's my money and I won't ask. But if anyone wants to scheme against my money, use it to do bad things, or even support those who oppose me, then I'm sorry, the consequences are not something you can imagine or even bear. Fifth, after becoming my woman, you don't need to care too much about status. I'll treat you equally. As for how you'll call each other sisters, that's up to you. I won't interfere in these matters. But I also don't want anyone to bully the weak and think that they're better than others. That's something I won't allow. Alright, that's all for the above 5 points. I've finished my requests. If you have any other requests, you can raise them now. But after today, once I walk out of the study, don't talk about it casually in private. Do you understand? Yang Chendong pretended to have a cold face as he raised the 5 requests. Then his face turned from gloomy to sunny and was full of smiles. When it came to feelings, Yang Chendong had to admit that he was a little selfish. For women, it could be said that each had her own merits. He didn't want to let go of any of them, but he also didn't want to hurt any of them, so he had to say the ugly words first. Yang Chendong changed from a cold face to a smiling face, causing the 4 women to feel relieved. Then they began to express their opinions one by one. The first to speak was Huyen. Although none of the women said anything, Everyone knew that Hu Yan was very likely to become Yang Qindong's wife in terms of background and knowledge. This was determined by the environment, and it was very difficult for Yang Qindong to change it. Not to mention, Hu Yan knew that Yang Qindong was likely to have an accident, but she still came to Yang Qindong and claimed to be the daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Just this point alone was not comparable to ordinary women. If she became the first wife, others would not have any objection. Hu Yan was the first to stand up. Her eyes fell on Yang Qindong, and she said with shyness, "I abide by the 5 requirements of Dong Shui. At the same time, I also have to criticize myself. In fact, I didn't mean to be rude to my sisters. It's all my 7th sister who taught you. Alas, she suffered in the Wang family. She was afraid that you would suffer like this, so she did this. I can understand, but don't do it again. You can't do this in the future. I'm not that Wang Go. By the way, you can call me Lu Lang in the future." Yang Qindong's face was full of smiles. He had already learned from Yang Si and Yang Lu that before he came back, the women got along very well. For such a sudden change, it must be 7th sister who played a role in it. Sure enough, Yang Qindong directly pointed out the problem. Hu Yan blushed and said, "I really can't hide anything from Lu Lang. Haha, Lu Lang is a good name. Of course, only my women are qualified to call me that. Haha, okay, come over and let Lu Lang hug you." Yang Qindong laughed and ignored Xiao Yin and the other women who wanted to say something. He first put Hu Yan, who was the closest to him, on his lap. Since he had made the request and no one had any objections, there was no need to listen to the attitudes of these women. Wouldn't it be better to see everything through their actions in the future? It was Hu Yan's first time being so close to Yang Qindong, and she immediately blushed. However, when Xiao Yin, Madame Shui, and Madame Shui also came to Yang Qindong's side and huddled together, her shyness quickly disappeared and she blended into the warm atmosphere. Outside the study, Yang Si had been there for a while, but when he saw Miss Seven guarding here and not allowing anyone to enter, he could only stand aside and wait respectfully. It was not until about an hour later that Yang Qindong's voice came from inside. "Yang Si, you're back, right? Come in and talk." "Yes." Yang Si quickly responded, then lowered his head and entered the study. As soon as he entered, he said without even raising his head, "Young master, the Ghost Shadow Sniper team frightened Chao Jixiang. They are now 5 miles away from the manor, waiting for young master to meet them." "Well done. How about this? Let Chao Jixiang enter the manor, and allow him to bring 2 embroidered uniform guards with him. Remember, 2 people at most. If he doesn't want to, he can go back to where he came from." Yang Qindong waved his hand, not treating Chao Jixiang as an important person at all. "Understood." Yang Si responded, then turned and left. He could only bring 2 attendants. Whether Chao Jixiang would agree or not was not within his scope of consideration. He only needed to listen to the young master's orders. At this time, Chao Jixiang was already impatient. After more than an hour, he still did not see Yang Si return. If he rode a horse from here to the Yang Manor, it would only take a moment for him to go back and forth. However, after such a long time, he still did not see Chu Li, which made him feel like he was being played. However, although he was impatient, he still could not leave. After all, if he wanted to contact Zhong, he could only find Yang Qindong. Thus, even if he was angry, he did not show it on his face. His nephew, Chao Xian, had already patted off all the dust on his body. He felt embarrassed as he stared at Tang Tong and the 100 embroidered uniform guards opposite him. If eyes could kill, Jia and the others would have died many times over. "Uncle, why don't we kill our way into the manor and capture Yang Qindong alive? I don't believe that he won't tell us where Zhong is." Chao Xian, who wanted to regain his face, saw that Yang Si was not coming back, so he impatiently suggested to Chao Jixiang. Chapter 159. Upon hearing his words, Chao Xian and Chao Duo nodded in agreement. Clearly, they had the same thoughts. "Charge over. Have you forgotten how you fell off your horse?" Chao Jixiang glared at Chao Xian. He had just patted off the dust on his body, yet he had already forgotten about the pain. Did he even have a brain? Chao Xian was naturally indignant after being reprimanded. However, when he thought about how he fell off his horse for no reason, he immediately suppressed the impulse in his heart. He couldn't help but look to the sides of the road. However, there was only dense forest everywhere, and he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Time slowly passed. Finally, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Yangxi arrived on horseback. Chao Jixiang heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw that only Yangxi had arrived and that Yang Qindong wasn't with him, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What is the meaning of this? Does he not want to meet me? At this moment, Yangxi arrived before the two armies and stopped in front of Tang Tong and the others. After which, Yangxi announced loudly, "The Count has ordered for eunuch Chao to bring 2 attendants and follow me into the manor for a chat." What? Upon hearing that only 2 people were allowed in, Chao Xian and the others immediately flew into a frenzy. The 2 foster sons, Chao Xian and Chao Duo, even tried to dissuade him. This was a trap, and they hoped that their foster father wouldn't fall for it. At this moment, Chao Jixiang was also furious. This Yang Qindong didn't take him seriously at all. He clearly knew his identity, yet he didn't come out to greet him personally. Instead, he allowed him to bring only 2 attendants into the manor. This was clearly a slap to his face. Of course, Chao Jixiang didn't think that Yang Qindong was trying to harm him. Firstly, there wasn't any conflict of interest between them. Secondly, if Wang Chong really wanted to harm him, all he had to do was use the same method he used on Chao Xian, and he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Being looked down on like this, Chao Jixiang really wanted to turn around and leave in anger. However, if he were to leave, he would really become a barren tree. Putting aside the fact that he wouldn't be able to return to the capital, he wouldn't be able to meet Ingzong either. At that time, he would definitely be labeled as a rebel. Sigh. Forget it. When one is under someone else's roof, one has no choice but to lower one's head. However, Yang Qindong, for humiliating me like this today, this duke will get his revenge sooner or later. Chao Jixiang decided to lower his head. He turned around and pointed to 2 good fighters from the East faction and said, "You 2 come with me. The rest of you stay here. Remember, no matter what happens, no matter how long you wait, stay here obediently. If anyone dares to make a decision on their own, I will not let them off easily when I return." His gaze lingered on the trio for a while before Chao Jixiang tidied up his attire and rode over to Yangxi with his 2 servants. "Brother, please lead the way." No problem, no problem. Please." Seeing that Tang Tong was being polite, Yangxi naturally returned the greeting. Then, the 4 of them walked past Tang Tong and the others, heading straight to the Yang clan manor. Not long after Chao Jixiang left, another team arrived behind his team. The leaders were Jining, Hanji, and the others. Jining seemed to cherish her life. She had brought 3,000 men with her this time. Although both sides were embroidered uniform guards, in reality, they belonged to 2 different camps. The moment they met, an atmosphere of mutual hostility filled the air. "Do not attack without orders. I am here to pay my respects to Count Zhongdan. Please make way." Jining walked at the front. On her left and right were the martial arts experts from the East faction. This was to ensure that if anyone tried to harm her, she could react immediately. Since Jining did not take the initiative to attack, Chao Jixiang and the others naturally would not look for trouble. Everyone was wary of each other, and allowed them to come before the 2 armies. With Yangxi gone, Tang Tong became the person in charge and was pushed forward. The moment he stepped forward, his aura was greatly reduced in front of Jining. He actually cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Greetings, eunuch Jin. Oh, I remember you. You are Tang Tong, Qianhu of the embroidered uniform guards, right? Haha, how about this? I will have to trouble you to inform him that I have something important to discuss with Count Zhongdan." Jin Ying's face was full of smiles, as if she and Tang Tong were old acquaintances. This was the first time Jining respected him so much. For a moment, Tang Tong felt like he was floating. "All right. Please wait for a moment, eunuch Jin. I will go to Yang village now." Thank you, thank you." As Jining finished speaking, Tang Tong had already mounted his horse. He turned and galloped in the direction of Yang village. Yang Si brought Chao Jixiang and the others to the inner courtyard of Yang village. Yang Lu stood there. He raised his hand and blocked their way. "What are you doing?" Yang Lu's action caused one of the embroidered uniform guards to draw his spring-embroidered knife. But just as he drew his steel knife, he felt pain in his arm. Blood splattered. His right hand holding the knife had been hit by the first guard hidden on the roof of Yang village. The steel knife fell to the ground. The guard's pained cry rang out. "You have 3 breaths time to shut up. Otherwise, the next hit won't be your arm, but your head." Yang Lu reached out his right hand and gestured a pistol. He chuckled as he spoke to the embroidered uniform guard who dared to draw his knife. Although Yang Lu was smiling when he spoke, the content of his words was so terrifying that the embroidered uniform guard immediately shut his mouth. He allowed the pain to break out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to make the slightest sound. "That's more like it. Our count doesn't like to see people using weapons. So, it's best that you cooperate with the inspection. Come, raise your arms and take out your weapons." Yang Lu walked in front of Chao Jixiang with a twisted smile. Chao Jixiang knew that Yang Lu wanted to search him. Although he didn't have any weapons on him, this action was a form of contempt. This made him very unhappy. But since he was here, he had to abide by the rules. Especially since there was already an example in front of him. He didn't dare to play any tricks. Only after letting out an unhappy snort, he still cooperated with Yang Lu's inspection in the end. After searching for a while, and not finding any dangerous items on him, Yang Lu nodded and spoke to Yang Si. "Fourth brother, I'll bring him in." "No problem. I also need to keep an eye on the front in case anyone tries to play any tricks. As for these two, just stay here obediently. Remember, if you dare to do anything untoward, I guarantee that your heads will explode in the next second." After Yang Si agreed, he intimidated the 2 embroidered uniform guards who had followed him. Then he mounted his horse and rushed out of the manor. Just as Yang Si rode out of the manor, he saw Tang Tong riding a horse towards him. "Stop! Why aren't you keeping an eye on the front? Why are you running into the manor?" Tang Tong was still a Qianhu of the embroidered uniform guards, and wasn't considered a member of the Yangtze's new army. Naturally, he couldn't enter the manor as he pleased. "Brother Yangtze, eunuch Jining is here. He's just 5 li away and says he wants to see the count." When Tang Tong saw Yangtze, he didn't know why he felt nervous. Perhaps he was worried that if he didn't perform well, something would fly out of nowhere and kill him. So what if he's here? What's there to be surprised about? Wait here first. I'll report this matter to the count. Yang Si, who was very dissatisfied with Tang Tong's performance, rolled his eyes and pointed to the ground. He meant to tell Tang Tong that he could go up to this point. If he wanted to go any further, he would be crossing the line. Tang Tong was an understanding person. He nodded repeatedly and almost raised his hand to swear that he wouldn't cross the line. Not far from the 2 of them, outside the Yang Manor, 900 embroidered uniform guards were eating with pots and pots. Since they had come to the Yang Manor, there was naturally plenty of good food and drink. They were really eating big pieces of meat and drinking big mouthfuls of wine. Even from a distance, a fragrant smell wafted over. This was the rule of the Yang Manor. As long as you weren't a member of the Yang Manor, no matter what your status was, you couldn't stay here without permission. This rule came into effect after Yang Chendong returned. In the side hall of the Yang family manor, Chao Jixiang saw Yang Chendong, who was dressed in green. Just like before the battle, he was wearing the most ordinary green clothes. When Yang Chendong walked out under the protection of Tiger's mane, Chao Jixiang hurriedly stood up and said respectfully with a smile, "Greetings, Count Zhongdan. Eunuch Chao is too polite. Take a seat." Casually pointing to a chair, Yang Chendong sat down at the head of the table with a smile on his face. When Yang Chendong sat down, Chao Jixiang slowly sat down, giving off a feeling that he was following the rules. But the more he acted like this, the more Yang Chendong felt that this person wasn't simple, and the more cautious he became. After both parties sat down, Yang Chendong took the initiative to speak. "I believe Eunuch Chao is here to ask about Ingzong's whereabouts. This count can tell you that the emperor is fine. He eats well and sleeps well. He is on his way to the capital. It's just that. Hearing that Ingzong was fine, Chao Jixiang's face revealed a happy smile. Daizong had already put Jining in an important position, so it was impossible for him to put him in an important position. But with Ingzong, if Wang Zhen died, he would have a chance to be promoted. But after hearing Yang Qindong's words, his originally smiling face became tense. But what does Count Zhongdan mean by just that? Sigh. With a long sigh, Yang Qindong pretended to bemoan the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, and said, "But now that there is an emperor in the capital, I really don't know what will happen to Ingzong when he returns." Yes. After hearing this, Chao Jixiang's face became much more unsightly. Now that there was a new substitute emperor, Zhu Qiyu, in the capital, why would Zhu Qizhen return at this time? It was impossible for there to be two emperors in a single dynasty. One of them was destined to leave the throne. Although Ingzong had been the emperor for a long time, Daizong now occupied the capital, controlled the army, and had the initiative. If they really fought, it was unknown who would win. Chapter 160. If Ingzong won, everything would be fine. But if he lost, wouldn't he be doomed as well? The stakes were too high. Human lives were at stake. Seeing Chao Jixiang nod his head in agreement, Yang Qindong asked, "Eunuch Chao, you are very familiar with the situation in the capital and the imperial court. Do you have any good ideas?" "Ah, you really don't have any? As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. If the two tigers fight, one of them will be injured." Chao Jixiang gave an example, saying that they needed a war to solve the problem. No. After hearing Chao Jixiang's suggestion, Yang Qindong shook his head. "Eunuch Chao, since you have been in the capital for a long time and hold the power of the Eastern Depot and the embroidered uniform guard, you should know that Walla's army is approaching the capital. If there is an internal conflict in the imperial court at this time, it will only hurt those close to you and make your enemies happy. Then what should we do?" Thinking about the military intelligence he had just received, Walla's army had already broken through Baiyang Pass and Zijing Pass, and was currently attacking Juyong Pass. The gates to the capital were about to open, and if that was the case, the capital would be in danger. It was indeed not a good time to have internal strife. But in this situation, without confirming who the emperor was, how could they divide their forces to fight against Walla's army? Just as Chao Jixiang's face was filled with worry, Yangxi rushed in from outside. The moment he entered the hall, he knelt on the ground and respectfully said to Yang Qindong, "Young master, Eunuch Jining is here. He is waiting for you 5 li outside the Yang residence." "Oh, so fast. Haha, please." After hearing this, Yang Qindong was not surprised at all. It was clear that he had expected this. But after saying please, he did not forget to add to Yangxi, "Old rules, he can only bring 2 people to the residence. Sigh, this uncle only wants to live the life of an ordinary person. I don't want to see an army coming. I will be afraid." "Yes." Yangxi nodded and then walked out of the room. When Chao Jixiang saw this, his heart was filled with disdain. "You have such powerful retainers. Are you afraid that others will send an army to attack you? What a joke." Of course, these were just thoughts in his heart. After knowing that Jining was coming, there were some things that needed to be said in advance. Originally, Chao Jixiang wanted to wait for the right time, but now, he didn't dare to hide anything. "Uncle Zhongdan, Jining has already pledged her loyalty to Daizong. You have saved Ingzong, and you have done a great service. I believe that once Ingzong ascends to the position, you will not be lacking in benefits. You have to think twice about your every move. Reconsider? Well, I've been thinking about it. Let me think about it." Yang Qindong kept nodding, as if he had heard Chao Jixiang's words. However, from that moment on, he actually stopped talking. Instead, he closed his eyes, giving off the feeling that he was thinking about something. However, he was actually waiting for Jin Ying's arrival. Only when she was here could the next step be carried out as he wished. Seeing that Yang Qindong was indeed reconsidering, Chao Jixiang suddenly became anxious. "Uncle Zhongdan, no matter what, Ingzong has been in power for more than 10 years. He is still very popular in the imperial court. Compared to Daizong, who has just ascended to the position, he has too many advantages. He should be the one to take charge. That's right, that's right. Eunuch Chao is right. Let me think about it carefully. Yang Chendong still didn't open his eyes. He kept nodding, giving off the feeling that he was really thinking hard. 5 miles away from the Yang Manor, Yang Si and Tang Tong rushed back. When it was said that Jining was allowed to enter the manor, but she could only bring 2 guards, Eunuch Jin didn't even show a trace of displeasure. Instead, he happily nodded and agreed. Then he smiled and rode his horse to Yang Si's side. From this, it could be seen that Jining and Chao Jixiang were both astute people. Oftentimes, the more polite a person appeared on the surface, the harder it was to deal with them. Not long after, Jining appeared at the Yang Manor. When she entered the side hall, she saw Yang Chendong resting with his eyes closed. Chao Jixiang had an anxious expression on his face. Listening to the voice and looking at people's faces, Jin Ying's heart calmed down just from this discovery. If Yang Chendong had already made a decision, Chao Jixiang wouldn't be so anxious. Since that was the case, it meant that he still had a chance. It had to be said that Jining had indeed served 4 emperors. No. Now it should be 5 emperors. Few people could compare to her decisiveness in doing things. Seeing that the situation was still uncertain, she reached into her clothes and took out an imperial edict with a golden dragon on it. At the same time she shouted, "The imperial edict has arrived. Uncle Zhongdan, please accept it." "I, Yang Chendong, accept the imperial edict." When he heard that it was an imperial edict, an undetectable joy flashed across Yang Chendong's eyes. He knew that Daizong was going to give him some benefits. He just didn't know what kind of conditions Daizong would give him. Yang Chendong knelt on the ground. Jining read aloud. "By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Count Zhongdan Yang Chendong is young and promising. He is proficient in both martial arts and literature. He protected the retired emperor on the dangerous battlefield. His loyalty to the great Ming dynasty is witnessed by the heavens and earth. He is hereby conferred the title of Duke Zhongdan and the position of commander of the Brocade Guards." Emperor Zong of the Ming dynasty proclaims this. After Jining finished reading the imperial edict, she smiled and said to Yang Chendong, who was kneeling on the ground, "Marquis, please rise." The count had become the marquis. Yang Chendong's lips curled into a faint smile. "Thank you, Eunuch Jin. You've worked hard. You're too kind. Compared to Marquis bravely saving the retired emperor, what I did pales in comparison." Jin Ying's eyes narrowed into slits. This was the second time he had mentioned the title of retired emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Jixiang shouted in protest, "Eunuch Jin, what are you doing? How did Emperor Ingzong become retired emperor? How come I didn't know about this? How dare you? This is an imperial edict from Emperor Daizong. Did he need to discuss it with you first?" Jining was not so amiable when facing Chao Jixiang. Whether it was in terms of seniority or power, the two of them were not on the same page. In the face of Jin Ying's rebuke, Chao Jixiang had no intention of backing down. In truth, from the moment he had led his warriors and the embroidered uniform guard out of the capital, he had already decided on his stance. Since he had already made his choice, why would he be afraid of Jin Ying's angry rebuke? Chao Jixiang sneered. When Emperor Daizong took the throne, it was because Shi Heng reported that Emperor Ingzong was no longer around. But now that Emperor Ingzong is fine and will soon return to the capital, Emperor Daizong should take the initiative to abdicate. After all, his regent power was bestowed upon him by Emperor Ingzong. Oh, Emperor Ingzong is returning to the capital? Jining blinked several times at this news. She ignored Chao Jixiang and turned to Yang Chendong, who was receiving an imperial edict, and asked, "Marquis, is this true?" "It's true." Yang Chendong had accepted benefits from Emperor Daizong, so he naturally had to express his gratitude. He immediately said, "Eunuch Chao is correct. Emperor Ingzong is heading to the capital with Minister of War Kuang Yi, Minister of Revenue Wang Zhua, and other officials. Marquis was ordered by Emperor Ingzong to return to the capital first, so that he could report to everyone that he was safe." But he didn't expect Emperor Daizong to have already ascended the throne. In this case, once Emperor Ingzong returns to the capital, won't there be a country with two emperors? What should we do then? Yang Chendong directly laid out the problem in front of Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang. His gaze continued to wander between the two of them. A country with two emperors. Whenever such a thing appeared in history, it would always be accompanied by fierce battles. How could a mountain contain two tigers? Not to mention, how could there be two voices in a country? If something were to happen, whose orders should they listen to? Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang quickly thought of this problem, and for a moment, their faces turned extremely nasty. They felt like they had been stumped by reality. Based on the current situation, it was clear that no one would back down so easily. The result was likely to be a clash of swords and weapons. With a great enemy like Walla by their side, any internal strife would only benefit others. In the side chamber, the atmosphere became extremely tense. The three of them didn't speak for a long time, each with their heads lowered, thinking about their own matters. Yang Chendong also had his head lowered, but he wasn't thinking about anything. Instead, he was resting with his eyes closed. He had hurried on his journey and hadn't had a good rest since returning. He was indeed a little sleepy. It was precisely because he was sleepy that he began to snore softly. This was so clear in the silent side chamber, so out of place. Cough, cough. Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang coughed softly at the same time, using this method to wake Yang Chendong up. There was movement. Yang Chendong had indeed woken up. When he raised his head, he met Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang's eyes. He smiled and said, "What? Have the two of you come to a conclusion? If you have, then please leave. Marquis has been hurrying on the road for days. He is indeed too tired." After he finished speaking, Yang Chendong slowly stood up. From the looks of it, it was clear that he wanted to leave this place and find a big bed to have a good sleep. Yang Chendong wanted to leave. This made Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang very anxious. They both knew that they couldn't make a decision on their own. If the other party was unwilling to give in, they wouldn't give in either. In the end, they would only meet in battle. This was an outcome that neither of them wanted to see, because no one could guarantee that they would be the victor. After thinking about it, he still needed Yang Chendong to be a partner, or a middleman, to give a balanced and reasonable way to deal with it. Since that was the case, how could they let him leave? At that moment, the two of them blocked Yang Chendong's path. "Marquis, we can't come to a conclusion. Can you please show us the way?" Chapter 161. You want me to lead the way? You trust Marquis that much? Yang Chendong was already familiar with his current identity. He spoke without missing the word ho. Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang were not displeased at all. On the contrary, they both nodded solemnly with serious expressions. If that's the case, then Marquis will say a few words. As he spoke, Yang Chendong returned to his seat at the head of the table. All right. Let's ask Marquis to say a few words. No matter what your decision is, Emperor Daizong will seriously consider it and thank you. Jin Ing quickly expressed her determination. At the same time, she brought up Daizong's identity. Chao Jixiang naturally did not want to fall behind. He immediately said, "That's right. Marquis, please give us an idea. Emperor Ingzong was saved by you. I'm sure His Majesty will agree and be grateful for your decision." The two of them were equally matched. They both brought up the emperor behind them, reminding Yang Chendong that he had to treat them equally. Yang Chendong only smiled at the little tricks used by the two of them, and did not expose them. He returned to his seat, and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Then he slowly said, "Emperor Daizong's intention is to make Emperor Ingzong the retired emperor, right?" "That's right." Jin Ing nodded in response. "I'm sure Emperor Ingzong will not accept this. He's only in his early 20s. I'm sure no one would be willing to become the retired emperor." When Yang Chendong said this, he looked at Chao Jixiang and asked, "That's right. Ingzong was at the peak of the spring and autumn period. He could do a lot of things. How could he become the retired emperor?" Chao Jixiang also couldn't help but nod, praising Yang Chendong's words. "All right, I understand what you mean. Obviously, this title of retired emperor is not suitable. If we must do it this way, it is very likely that we will meet on the battlefield. When that time comes, the only thing that will be lost will be the vitality of my great Ming dynasty, and the ones who will die will be the warriors of the great Ming dynasty. But don't forget that Walla's army is on its way to the capital. Once it breaks through Juyong Pass, the gates to the capital will be wide open. At this time, we can't afford to be unstable. Otherwise, we'll be hurting our friends and rejoicing our enemies, right? That's right, that's right. Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang both nodded in agreement with Yang Chendong's analysis of the situation. Yes. Since we can't fight and we can't fight, then we can only negotiate. How about this? The acting great emperor doesn't need to talk about the retired great emperor. This will definitely not work. Yang Chendong was very satisfied with the cooperation of the two. This saved him a lot of effort. That's right. Marquis is wise. Chao Jixiang could tell from these words that Yang Chendong was siding with Zhu Qizhen, so he hastily agreed. This made Jin Ing, who was at the side, a little unhappy. What's wrong? We just promoted you to Valiant Marquis, and you're not even speaking for the acting great emperor? But before Jin Ing could object, Yang Chendong turned to her and said, the acting great emperor can't possibly abdicate the throne to Emperor Ingzong, who lost to the enemy on the battlefield, right? When Yang Chendong said that Emperor Ingzong was a defeated emperor, Jin Ing was extremely happy, and she immediately agreed. Yes, yes, it's only Marquis who has sharp eyes that can see through everything. Haha. Yang Chendong only chuckled at this not-so-clever flattery, not minding it at all. Instead, he continued. Then this matter is already extremely clear. Everyone has their own reasons, and both of you are emperors of the 9 and 5. Relying on the capital alone won't be enough to satisfy your needs. Why not shift your gaze elsewhere? Why must you stick to one place? The Great Ming doesn't just have one major city, the capital. Ah. What is Marquis' intention? When Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang heard this, they were stunned. They did not understand what Yang Chendong meant. Haha, this isn't Marquis' intention. The two of you asked me for advice, so I had no choice but to come up with this idea. Of course, this idea might not be very clever, but if eunuchs don't think it's appropriate, you can just pretend that Marquis didn't say anything. Yang Chendong chuckled, putting on a nonchalant expression. In fact, this result was within his expectations. In fact, he had already made preparations for this when Ingzong set out for the war. Yang Chendong had come up with the idea, but he didn't want to take the blame. Jin Ing and Chao Jixiang were both shrewd people, so how could they not understand the meaning behind these words? The two of them immediately nodded. Yes, we asked Marquis for the idea. None of this matter has anything to do with eunuch. Very good. Since that's the case, I'll add a few words. Since the capital can only have one emperor, why can't Emperor Ingzong give up this place? For example, if you go to the capital of Nanjing, the climate there is pleasant, and it's no less prosperous than the capital. It already has other palaces and palaces. It truly is a place where dragons flourish. Under their gazes, Yang Chendong finally revealed the ultimate goal of his plan, which was to divide the Great Ming dynasty into two. Go to Nanjing? Chao Jixiang's eyes widened. It seemed that this result was completely out of his expectations. It was also something that he had never thought of before. It wasn't just Chao Jixiang. Even Jin Ing fell silent. Similarly, the result was somewhat out of his expectations. He had originally believed that as long as he could rope in Yang Chendong, he would be able to learn of Emperor Ingzong's whereabouts. Afterward, he would send an army to bring Emperor Emeritus back to the capital and place him under house arrest. But now, it seemed that Yang Chendong would not betray Emperor Ingzong. Not only that, he even had the idea of allowing Emperor Ingzong to continue as emperor. Fortunately, he was not allowed to return to the capital, which could be considered as speaking on Daizong's behalf. Yang Chendong had proposed the plan, but whether or not they would do it was not up to him to decide. However, he believed that his idea would be the most perfect one after considering all the situations. Chao Jixiang fell silent as he mentally weighed the feasibility of this plan. Daizong was now emperor in the capital and wielded great power. If Emperor Ingzong returned, there was a high chance that he would be captured and then placed under house arrest with the title of Emperor Emeritus until he died. If this was the case, anyone who had pledged allegiance to Emperor Ingzong could easily imagine their fate. Since he had no confidence, he might as well go to Nanjing and proclaim himself emperor. Given that Emperor Ingzong had been emperor for so many years, he should be able to quickly accumulate a powerful force. At that time, he would have the choice of remaining in Nanjing or fighting his way back to the capital. In this way, Yang Chendong's plan could not be considered wrong. On the other end, Jining was also considering Yang Chendong's proposal. It was true that Daizong was emperor, and that he controlled the capital. But his ascension to the throne had not been justified, and he had only been on the throne for such a short period of time. Who knew what those important officials in the capital were thinking? If they supported Emperor Ingzong, wouldn't Daizong's position be at risk? If that was the case, what sort of role would he be playing and where would he go? Speaking of which, even if Daizong won, he would probably be riddled with wounds, perhaps even greatly weakened. What strength would he have left to resist the Walla's army? And if he was ultimately defeated by the foreigners, he would not have a good end either. It was better to just let Emperor Ingzong proclaim himself emperor in Nanjing. As long as he developed well, there was no need to worry about the day when he could reunite the country. Daizong would have more time to prepare, and Jining would be able to obtain even more benefits. The two of them had different thoughts, but their final decision was the same. After some thought, Chao Jixiang made a temporary decision. Okay, I agree. This duke will do his best to persuade Emperor Ingzong, but there are still some conditions. For example, the families of Kuang Yi and the other important officials are still in the capital and need you to let them go. In addition, if other officials are willing to go with Emperor Ingzong, you are not allowed to stop them. Everything is up to them. This was a temporary decision because Chao Jixiang could not represent Emperor Ingzong. He could only act as a lobbyist. Jining had also made her decision. She felt that Chao Jixiang's conditions were reasonable, but she stated that she would have to go back and consult Daizong Emperor Zhu Qiyu before she could give a final answer. In front of Yang Chendong, the two of them discussed a few general issues, but they did not discuss the details. This was because they were both keenly aware that anything that was too detailed would end in the end. Both sides would have to send representatives for more detailed discussions before they could reach a conclusion. This included the territories under the jurisdiction of the two emperors. Yang Chendong was only responsible for the two of them. As for whether they succeeded or not, and what else they had to do after they succeeded, he would not interfere. By doing all this, he already had suspicions that he had exceeded his authority. He did not want to interfere in every matter and end up being hated by others. Although Jining had not learned of Ingzong's whereabouts from Yang Chendong, she had managed to protect Daizong's position and returned satisfied. She left Chao Jixiang alone in the side hall. He had to see Emperor Ingzong before he could do anything. Marquis will arrange for someone to lead you to Emperor Ingzong. You can do as you see fit. Oh right, when you leave, remember to bring Empress Qian with you. I think she will cooperate with you to do some things. Looking at Chao Jixiang, who was standing there with a longing expression, Yang Chendong left these words before he got up and left the side hall. Now that he had succeeded, he could finally have a good rest for a few days. Of course, some people might ask, why did Yang Chendong give up such a good opportunity to control the emperor and give it to Chao Jixiang when he already had actual control over Zhu Qizhen? This was where Yang Chendong was smart. Mingzong had ascended to the throne, and Ingzong was naturally weaker. In addition, Yang Chendong had played a balancing role in the middle. It could be seen that in the future, no matter who it was, it would be very difficult to have the great Ming dynasty alone. Since Ingzong was no longer the one and only emperor whose words carried enormous weight, why did Yang Chendong want to hold him in his hands and make him the target of public criticism? With an emperor by his side, he would have to ask for instructions from time to time, and he would even have to kneel. How could it compare to the pleasure and satisfaction of being an independent third party? Chapter 162. Chao Jixiang had some ability. Once he developed, he wouldn't be too far off from Wang Zhen. But it was precisely because he had the ability that he could better assist Zhu Qizhen. Otherwise, if he was an idiot, it wouldn't be long before he was eaten up by Jining. The sixth young master didn't want either side to become stronger. What he needed was balance. Only then could he show his importance. Yang Chendong would have more room to display his abilities. The two emperors kept each other in check, so he could be sandwiched between them and reap the benefits. Now that the matter is settled, the next step is to prepare for the war. That's right, is there any news from Crimson City? Yang Chendong returned to the study and looked at Tiger's Mane. They're already on their way to the capital. They're coming in small groups so that they won't attract attention. Tiger's Mane knew what Yang Chendong was asking about and respectfully replied. The sixth young master who had grown up with him was now Marquis. The young master wasn't even 20 yet, but his future was bright. Tiger's Mane wouldn't be a nobody if he followed such a master. Alright, I understand. The young master is sleepy. If there's nothing important, don't call me. Yang Chendong waved his hand and walked toward the bedroom next to the study. Hu Yan, Xiao Yin, and the others had been waiting there for a long time. Although they might not be able to do anything with them around, it was still better to be with beauties than with those incomplete eunuchs who only knew how to fight for power. On the road 5 li away from the Yang clan manor, the bustling scene had disappeared. After Jining and Chao Jixiang left, Tang Tong, who had stayed behind, was also taken away. Tang Tong had chosen to leave with Jining. This was Yang Chendong's intention. He didn't keep idle people here. Unless it was Yang Xie's personal army, he couldn't be at ease with anyone guarding the Yang family manor. As for who Tang Tong would choose to leave with, Yang Chendong didn't ask. Instead, he left the decision to himself. When Jining and Chao Jixiang had both extended an olive branch to him, he had ultimately chosen to return to the capital with Jining. His subordinates had all settled down in the capital, and if he were to go somewhere else, the morale of the army would be shaken. Jining had brought 3,000 embroidered uniform guards with her when she came. When she returned, she brought 4,000 men with her. As soon as he entered the capital, he went straight to the imperial city to ask Zhu Qiyu about his plans. In the inner hall of the palace, after Zhu Qiyu learned about Jin Ying's experience at Yangjia village, he frowned. A country divided into 2 emperors. Won't this cause the great Ming dynasty to be divided? No matter what, Zhu Qiyu was still a descendant of the Zhu family. He also valued the Zhu family's country very much. It was not unreasonable for him to have such thoughts. Jining didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to hold on to power. As for whether or not the country would be divided, that was a matter for the future. Your Majesty, this subject also knows that this is not a perfect plan, but I truly cannot think of a better one. Once Yingzong returns to the capital, he will not allow himself to be captured without a fight. After all, he has been emperor for so many years, and many people are loyal to him. If he raises his arm and receives even more support, we might not even have a place to stay. It would be better to slow down for now. I trust that with your Majesty's benevolence, it won't be long before you have even more people sincerely submit to you. At that time, wouldn't it be very easy for the realm to fall into your Majesty's hands? Jining placed Zhu Qiyu in a very high position, her eyes brimming with confidence. These words spurred Zhu Qiyu on, filling him with confidence for the future. Fine. This is all we can do. But we still need to prevent even more officials from leaving with Yingzong. We will leave this matter to you. Jining patted his chest and promised, Your Majesty, be at ease. This subject will definitely not allow any more officials to leave the capital. This was a chance to prove himself. If he did a good job, Daizong would naturally think highly of him. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Hebei's Baoding Prefecture, a strategic town more than 300 li from the capital of the Great Ming Dynasty. At this time, Zhu Qizhen was resting here under the protection of Yang Wu and Xiaofeng. Now that he was in Baoding Prefecture, he was able to obtain some news from the capital. When he heard that his younger brother, Zhu Qiyu, had ascended to the throne and taken the title of Emperor Jing, Zhu Qizhen's rage was easy to imagine. He had kindly allowed his brother to supervise the country, but now that he was gone, his brother had proclaimed himself emperor and seized all his property. No one would be able to accept this. Logically speaking, he should have charged back to the capital and questioned his brother about what he was up to. But this was not a child's play. If it was not done well, he was afraid that he would not be able to return alive. Zhu Qizhan suppressed the anger in his heart and stopped at Baoding Mansion, waiting for Yang Qindong to send back the news. In the Tumu Fortress incident, Zhu Qizhan had seen how formidable Yang Qindong was. His actions could be said to be a model example of preparing for a rainy day. This was especially true for this mercenary army. On their way here, they had killed almost all the threats in the bud. Just based on what he saw, he didn't know how many groups of Vala cavalry had been wiped out before they could discover them. Their methods were powerful, their training was thorough, and their movements were nimble. Not even the elites of the great Ming dynasty could compare to them. After Yang Qindong left, Zhu Qizhan had communicated with Xiaofeng many times, hoping to use this army for his own use. He had even tried to tempt them with the promise of a beautiful future. But the results were not very good. After interacting with them, he realized that this was an army that only recognized money and not people. According to Xiaofeng, as long as you gave them money, they would work for you. As for promises, they could forget about them. They were far less practical than money. Moreover, because of Zhu Qizhan's status, Xiaofeng's hiring fee was 3 times that of Yang Qindong's. In other words, for every mission, a group of 100 people would need at least 3 million taels of silver. And this was the kind that had to be paid in advance. The army had been defeated and all their weapons had been lost. Where would Zhu Qizhan find the money to support such a large expenditure? He could only think of transferring money from the national treasury after entering the capital. But now that Zhu Qiyu was the emperor, he could forget about the national treasury. This made Zhu Qizhan feel even more dejected. At one point, Zhu Qizhan even had to consider where he would go in the future. If Yang Qindong did not care about him, what would he do? He would not even have the ability to protect himself. This worry disappeared without a trace 3 days later. Qiao Jixiang arrived and with him were 3,000 embroidered uniform guards. Under the lead of Beta Persei, Qiao Jixiang successfully reported to Ingzong. As soon as he saw Ingzong, he immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" At this moment, Zhu Qizhan felt a sense of superiority. He even had the thought of bringing an army to the capital to seize the throne. Just as this thought appeared, he saw Xiaofeng and the others leave. The heroic spirit that had just appeared in his heart disappeared without a trace. After seeing the strength of this mercenary army, he began to despise the embroidered uniform guards in his heart. Qiao Jixiang arrived, and after seeing Ingzong and the 9 officials, he gave them a detailed account of what had happened in the capital. At the end, he even mentioned that Yang Qindong had been made a marquis and his idea of 2 emperors ruling the country. 2 emperors ruling the country? After hearing Qiao Jixiang's recount, Minister of War Kuang Yi and Minister of Revenue Wang Zue glanced at each other. How could they not know that doing this would be tantamount to splitting the great Ming dynasty? However, what better way was there to deal with this than now? Different from Kuang Yi and Wang Zue, the other 7 officials were secretly happy. If Zhu Qizhan really went to Nanjing and proclaimed himself as emperor, then it was obvious that they would be promoted by 1 or even 2 ranks. For example, the Right Assistant Minister of Justice Ding Xian could become the Minister of Justice. The Right Assistant Minister of Works Wang Yonghe could also become the Minister of Works. The Left Assistant Minister of Rights Yang Shan would become the Minister of Rights. And the Right Deputy Imperial Censorate Deng Li would also be promoted by 1 rank and become the Imperial Censorate. This was a real benefit. Originally, they had lost the battle together and were prepared to be demoted or even lose their positions. Now they could even be promoted by 1 rank. Who wouldn't be happy? After the officials received the benefits, they would naturally try to persuade Zhu Qizhan to go to Nanjing and proclaim himself as emperor. Regarding this, Zhu Qizhan did not immediately make a decision. Instead, he said that he needed to think about it. Empress Qian also came. Mao Mu had taken over the role of the eunuch of Xing and He had served the empress well and had gained her trust. In this small courtyard of Baoding Mansion, the husband and wife met. Empress Qian's tears flowed out uncontrollably. "Empress, don't cry. I'm fine." Holding Empress Qian's arm, Zhu Qizhen's face showed a rare trace of gentleness. "Well, as long as the emperor is fine, as long as the emperor is fine. I think it's better for the emperor to go to Nanjing and proclaim himself as emperor. No matter what, you can be safe for a while." Empress Qian took the initiative to talk about moving south, which was completely different from her usual politics. Zhu Qizhen was very curious about Empress Qian's dissuasion. "Why does the emperor say so? Did others teach you?" "No." Empress Qian shook her head. "Your concubine has lived in the palace for a long time, and has seen that the Mastiff King has managed the imperial city well, and with the assistance of eunuch Jining and the others, he now holds great power. If the emperor were to go to the capital, there would definitely be a major battle. In this case, the odds are against you." Originally, Zhu Qizhen had thought that Empress Qian had been instigated to say such words of dissuasion. Now, hearing this, Zhu Qizhen understood that the situation in the capital had truly changed. Even the empress, who rarely asked about politics, could sense it. As he cursed Zhu Qiyu, Jining, and the others for being shameless, he began to consider the matter of moving south. That night, Zhu Qizhen appeared in front of Qiao Jixiang and the other officials, his face radiant. He said that he agreed to move south, but he could not let the Mastiff King off so easily. He wanted to go to the capital to ask for people and money, as well as the families of the officials, especially Crown Prince Yu Jianxian, to be brought out of the imperial city. As long as Zhu Qizhen agreed, the other officials naturally would not object. After 2 days of discussion, they came up with a plan. In the end, Qiao Jixiang led 1,000 embroidered uniform guards to escort Kuang Yi and Wang Zhuo to the capital to negotiate with Zhu Qiyu. Chapter 163. The Capital. News suddenly emerged that Zhu Qizhen did not die on the battlefield. It was only a substitute for Hu Ben that had died. This news was like a gust of wind that had grown wings, quickly reaching the homes of the officials. For a moment, many of them were shocked and at a loss of what to do. 5 days after the news appeared, Kuang Yi and Wang Zhuo, who had followed Ingzong to the battlefield, entered the capital under the protection of 1,000 embroidered uniform guards. Their appearance confirmed the news. Soon after, another piece of news appeared. Ingzong would not return to the capital, and would instead accompany Nanjing to proclaim himself as emperor. For a time, the Great Ming would have 2 emperors ruling together. For a good country to have 2 emperors, although they were both surnamed Zhu and shared the same ancestor, it could not be considered a split. However, as time passed, the situation would naturally develop. Many far-sighted officials could see this fact. However, before they could wonder why such a change had occurred, another piece of news appeared that made them dizzy. Ingzong would need many officials to proclaim himself as emperor in Nanjing. If any of the officials in the capital were willing, they could follow Kuang Yi and Wang Zhuo to Nanjing to take up their posts. Should they pledge loyalty to the current substitute emperor Zhu Qiyu, or the previous emperor Zhu Qizhen? This was a choice that was placed in front of the officials. For a moment, each of the officials began to make their own calculations, and began to consider the gains and losses in this matter. Compared to the officials in the capital who had to make a choice about their future, Yang Chendong in the Yang family manor was very carefree. He spent his days writing and painting in the manor, or improving his relationship with his women. He was extremely busy. It was worth mentioning that during these few days of rest, Yang Chendong had taken in Lady Xiang. This woman, who looked like the young 13th mistress, had a strange fragrance and an enchanting figure, which made him fall into a land of gentleness, making him feel very uncomfortable. On the other hand, although Hu Yan had a few intimate actions with Yang Chendong, she had always scrupulously adhered to her bottom line. In her words, the first time had to be reserved for the wedding night in Lulang. Yang Chendong did not insist on this. When it came to matters of the heart, he had always pursued success when the conditions were right. He would never force anyone. Beta Persei, Yang Wu, and Xiaofeng returned to Yang Manor and set up a tight blockade around the perimeter. Yang Chendong, who had always attached great importance to his own safety, would never allow anyone to have the possibility of threatening his safety. Just like that, the days passed in a seemingly pleasant manner, until a guest suddenly came to visit. Yang Chendong had no choice but to welcome him personally. He even went to the entrance of the manor. It was for no other reason than the fact that the person who had come was the imperial guardian of the embroidered uniform guard, Hu Changning, Hu Yan's father. In terms of official position, Hu Changning could be considered Yang Chendong's subordinate, so he did not need to personally welcome him. But from Hu Yan's point of view, Yang Chendong had to personally welcome him to show his sincerity and politeness. Hu Changning only brought Gao Sheng a lieutenant. When the two of them successfully arrived at the entrance of Yang Manor, they saw Yang Chendong standing at the entrance. Beside him stood Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei, two servants. Yang Chendong was first conferred the title of Loyal Earl by Ying Zong to thank him for saving his life on the battlefield. Then he was conferred the title of Loyal Marquis by Dai Zong. At the same time, he also held the position of commander of the embroidered uniform guard. If the former was an empty position, then the latter was real power. He was not even 20 years old, yet he had received such an honor. This was extremely rare even when the great Ming dynasty was founded. Yang Chendong did it. The most important thing was that when Hu Changning arrived, he was still able to stand at the entrance and greet him. Just this alone made Hu Changning's originally cold face a little more gentle. Greetings to Uncle Hu. When Hu Changning rode closer, Yang Chendong cupped his fists and greeted him with the etiquette of a junior. This showed that he did not intend to talk to him in terms of official position, which allowed Hu Changning to avoid a lot of awkwardness. Good. The sixth young master is young and promising, making people envious. I believe that official Yang would be very gratified if he knew in the underworld. Since Yang Chendong did not greet him in terms of official position, Hu Changning spoke in terms of human relations. When he said these words, there was no doubt that he was an elder. Haha, please. Yang Chendong smiled at Hu Changning, and then made an inviting gesture. Beta Persei took the initiative to lead the horse, and the uncle and nephew walked side by side from the entrance to the Yang clan manor. In the main hall, the guest and the host sat down, and Xiaoyin personally served tea to Hu Changning. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at this maid who had been serving Yang Chendong since childhood. Sure enough, she was very beautiful. Seeing Xiaoyin, Hu Changning naturally asked about his daughter. When he found out that Hu Yan had secretly left home and went to the Yang clan manor, her father was naturally furious. But at the time, Dai Zong had just ascended the throne, and because he was afraid that the officials below him would cause trouble, he was confined at home and could not go out. Later on, when the situation was not so tense, the news of Yang Chendong's return spread to the capital. Moreover, he heard that there were several storms outside the Yang clan manor, making it impossible for him to come. Finally, when the Yang clan manor had obtained a temporary peace, he took the initiative to visit. First, he wanted to see his daughter. If possible, it would be better to bring her back. After all, Hu Yan's actions at the time could be called world-shocking. Second, he wanted to ask Yang Chendong about Ying Zong's situation. More importantly, he wanted to know what choice the Hu clan would make in the dual emperor reign. When he saw Xiaoyin, Hu Zhongning opened his mouth and said, "My beloved daughter has accompanied the Yang family's seventh sister to the Yang manor for some time now. Her grandmother and mother miss her very much. Would it be possible for her to return to the Hu estate with me?" Accompanying Yang duo to the Yang clan manor was just an excuse. After all, a girl's reputation was very important. In the face of Hu Changning's tactful request to bring Hu Yan back, Yang Chendong naturally had no reason to refuse. "Okay, Xiaoyin, go inform Yan'er to return to the Hu estate." Oh. Xiaoyin agreed and turned to leave. However, the bystanders couldn't see that there was a trace of reluctance on her face. Ever since Yang Chendong called the girls together and made a few requests, they became a group of fighting. They really were like sisters. They already had very deep feelings for each other. The news of Hu Chongning's arrival at the Yang clan manor quickly spread to the rear court. Hu Yan was clearly a bit out of her wits. After adapting to life in the Yang clan manor, she didn't want to go back. However, she knew that Yang Chendong had no reason to refuse her father. Xiao Yin saw that Hu Yan was worried and volunteered to serve tea in the front hall. She wanted to inquire about the news. She didn't expect that the young master would so readily agree to Hu Chongning's request. How could she not be disappointed? When Xiao Yin left and only Yang Chendong, Hu Chongning, and Tiger's Mane were left in the room, Lord Hu showed a hesitant expression. Uncle Hu, if you have something to say, just say it. There are no outsiders here. When Yang Chendong said there were no outsiders, he naturally meant Tiger's Mane, who was always in charge of protecting him. Haha, it's actually nothing much. I'm sure the sixth young master already knows about the dual emperor rule. However, I don't know what your choice will be. Will you go to Nanjing or continue to stay here? Hu Chongning asked with an awkward expression. No matter what, he was a man of 40 years old. When he encountered something, it was fine if he didn't have any ideas. However, he actually wanted to ask Yang Chendong, who was much younger than him. This made him feel a little embarrassed. However, this was what his father, Hu Ming, wanted. Hu Ming's original words were, "Ask the loyal Marquis whether you want to go or stay." This matter was originally caused by him. I'm sure he already has a judgment. Thus, this trip to the Yang clan manor was made. Picking up his daughter was only one of the reasons. His true goal was to find out what Yang Chendong's intentions were. Yang Chendong pointed at himself, then chuckled. Of course I can't leave. There's the Yang clan manor here, and there's the sky beyond heaven, and the immortal abode in the capital. If I leave, I'm afraid that these properties will be seized by others. Yang Chendong expressed that he wouldn't leave, but his reason was that his properties were all here, and it wasn't convenient for him to leave. This answer clearly didn't satisfy Hu Chongning. Haha, I'm sure the sixth young master has made quite a bit of money these days. Why would he care about this little bit of silver? That's true, but who in this world would complain about having too much money? Isn't that right, Uncle Hu? Yang Chendong maintained his usual smile. It seemed incomparably sincere, but it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Yes. Hu Chongning couldn't see through Yang Chendong's thoughts, so he could only smile. But after smiling, his expression began to fluctuate. It was clear that he was wondering whether or not he should directly ask Yang Chendong what the Hu clan should do in the face of two emperors. Asking too much would only make him seem incompetent. But before he came, his father had repeatedly warned him that he had to ask Yang Chendong's intentions. If it was just for the sake of face, wouldn't he have made this trip in vain? Wouldn't he have failed to live up to his father's expectations? Hu Zhongning, who had something on his mind, looked unhappy and even had some entanglements. All of this was seen by Yang Chendong. He knew that this was his future father-in-law, so he couldn't not give him face. He smiled and took the initiative to ask, Uncle Hu, what do you and Grandpa Hu think about the matter of two emperors? He really didn't want to call Yang Chendong Grandpa. But given their seniority, Yang Chendong had no choice but to do so. But when he did, he still felt a little awkward. Hu Chongning hadn't thought about this. He was just worrying about how to ask this question. And now that Yang Chendong had taken the initiative to ask, he was immediately overjoyed. In truth, I would like to hear Honorable Nephew's opinion on this matter. I can't speak of an opinion, but if I must, I would like to give Uncle Hu 4 lines of poetry, Yang Chendong said with a smile. Chapter 164. What are the 4 sentences? Hu Zongning's interest was piqued. Everyone said that Yang Chendong was a genius. Presumably, the following words would not disappoint him. Sure enough, after Yang Chendong pondered for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, If he is strong, then he is strong. If he is strong, then he is strong. If he is tyrannical, then he is tyrannical. The moon shines over the river. This was the record of the 9 Yang divine art in the heavenly sword and dragon saber. It meant that no matter how strong or fierce the enemy was, one could treat it as a breeze blowing over the mountain. The moon shines over the river. Although it could affect one's body, it could not cause the slightest harm. However, how could one not harm one's body? It meant that in the face of the chaos of the outside world, as long as one stayed strong and worked hard to improve one's abilities in all aspects, one would be unharmed. Hu Ming was originally a capable official and had been the Minister of Rites for many years. It could be said that he had disciples all over the world. His son Hu Zhongning had also grown up with this kind of strength. Whether it was following Yingzong or Daizong, there would not be any problems. As long as he stayed within his position, no one could easily touch him. Not to mention, there was also Yang Qindong helping from the side. He would not watch as something happened to the Hu family. In history, even when Yingzong ascended to the throne, until his death, Hu Ming was still firmly seated in the high position of the Minister of Rites. It was not until he was over 80 years old that he resigned from his position after Yingzong succeeded in seizing the family. From this, it could be seen that he was originally an evergreen tree in the bureaucracy. How could anyone move him just because they wanted to? Hu Zongning did not think so much at this time. He was still repeating the 4 sentences that Yang Qindong said. After pondering over it, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Obviously, he had understood Yang Qindong's meaning. He was warning him that the most important thing was to improve his own strength. As for whether he followed Yingzong or Daizong, he could do it with ease. Many thanks. After understanding everything, Hu Zongning immediately cupped his fist and bowed to Yang Qindong. Yang Qindong naturally could not accept it. He immediately bowed back. Then the two looked at each other and smiled. After Hu Zongning got the result he wanted, he left. Hu Yan also left with him. When she left, her eyes were filled with reluctance. Yang Qindong felt very sorry for Hu Yan. Seeing her get into the carriage and about to leave, he suddenly cupped his fists to Hu Zhongning and said, "Uncle Hu, in a moment, nephew will send someone to the Hu estate to discuss marriage. Please allow me to marry Yan Hu Zhongning's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this before a look of elation appeared on his face. Good, I'll go back and tell father, mother, and Yenner's mother about this. Thank you for your trouble." Yang Qindong continued to thank him with cupped fists. When he looked towards the carriage, Hu Yan's face was already flushed red. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or excited. Tiger's mane saw everything. He walked up to Yang San and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, the more casual young master is with you, the more he doesn't treat you as an outsider. You should be happy. Also, can't you see how busy the young master is? The wedding is near, and the young master has to personally plan and participate in everything. It's a pity that there's not much we can do to help. By the way, when the young master is celebrating, there can be no accidents. If anyone has the intention to cause trouble, there's no need to report it. Just kill them. If there's any responsibility, I'll bear it. Yes, there won't be any mistakes. Don't worry, Chief." When Yang San said this, his eyes narrowed, and a cold aura emanated from his body. Without Yang Qindong, he wouldn't be where he was today. If anyone dared to cause trouble on the wedding day, they'd definitely be tired of living. Soon, they'd become a corpse without any warmth. Yang San left quietly, just like how he had come. Even in the Yang manor, very few people had seen him, and even fewer people knew of him. He was also the strongest hidden chess piece in the Yang family system. Usually he wouldn't appear in front of everyone, but once he appeared, it often meant that something important was going to happen. Yang Qindong didn't ask when Yang San left. At this time he was teaching the servant, Yang Si, how to use the camera. That's right, the camera. This was something that shouldn't appear in this era, because Yang Qindong's wedding had been taken out. If there was something good, it had to be used. Only in this way could its value be reflected. Although taking out the camera was indeed a bit too shocking. In order to leave this beautiful memory and commemoration, Yang Qindong still did it without hesitation. As soon as this camera that could capture a person's shadow appeared, it immediately attracted a lot of exclamations. If Yang Qindong hadn't been prepared, Yang Si, who had just received it, would have directly thrown it to the ground. People in ancient times were very superstitious. They believed that the shadow was also an important part of the body. They even believed that their 7 souls and 6 spirits could be hidden in it. Now that this thing could clearly capture a person's shadow and even project it, it was no wonder that people were afraid. Xiao Yin was a bit braver. Of course, this didn't mean that she wasn't afraid of anything, but because her relationship with Yang Chendong was closer than others. Naturally, this question was left to her to ask. Young master, what kind of witchcraft is this? It can capture a person's shadow. Will it turn the person who is captured into an idiot? Ah! Yang Chendong's mouth was wide open. He was stunned by the question. Yang Chendong's ability to adapt was originally very strong, but he was still defeated by this sudden and unexpected question. Seeing that Xiao Yin didn't seem to be joking and had a very serious expression, he helplessly shook his head and explained. This is an advanced product brought about by scientific advancement. As for the specific principles, I'm afraid that young master can't explain it clearly to you. But don't worry, this thing can't capture a person's soul, so don't worry. When Yang Chendong said not to worry, Xiao Yin seemed to feel a lot more at ease. At least she dared to walk in front of the camera, and even dared to make a few poses that she thought were beautiful. But the others didn't have that much courage. Every time Yang Si raised the camera and pointed it at them, there would always be a burst of chaos and shouting. It felt like a machine gun that could kill people. Wherever it aimed, people would fall to the ground. The camera was just a killing machine. In addition, Yang Chendong also took out a lot of new songs. For example, Huafeng's Big Bridal Sedan, Intimate Lover, Full Moon Flower, and the ready-made wedding march that he had prepared beforehand. For this, he took out a set of audio equipment from the big warehouse and charged it up in the big warehouse. He was only waiting for the wedding day to use it. In addition, Yang Chendong also prepared a very luxurious carriage. The wheels were made of soft rubber tires taken from the big warehouse. There were even shock absorbers installed on the carriage to ensure its comfort. The outside of the carriage was filled with all kinds of colored balloons, making it look very beautiful and beautiful. At the same time, he also made a few sets of beautiful wedding dresses according to his own design. These were all custom-made by the Crimson City's clothing factory. The factory's director, Zhou Hua, personally supervised the completion. It was said that when making these new wedding dresses, her daughter, Luan Xiaoyu, who was the Crimson City's publicity team leader, cried because of it. Luan Xiaoyu had reached the age where she knew about feelings. She had long regarded herself as the sixth young master's woman. It was just that because she was still young, she had no chance to be Yang Chendong's wife. Seeing the man she liked was going to marry someone else, how could she not be sad? For this matter, her father Luan Qi, the director of the power plant, and mother Zhou Hua, the director of the clothing factory, talked to her for a long time. They said that a capable person like the sixth young master was destined to have more than one woman. Xiaoyu grew up quickly. When she grew up, she would naturally have the opportunity to become the sixth young master's woman. Moreover, several sets of wedding dresses were taken out. Except for one set that was sent to Hu Yan in the Hu Mansion, the others were taken away by Qiaoyin, Lady Shui, and Lady Xiang. In their words, they were also attending the wedding day. According to Yang Chendong's intention, they were going to be the bridesmaids of the bride, but in fact, they were also completing their wedding with sixth young master. In this regard, Yang Chendong acquiesced. In the feudal society, even the emperor only had one empress. It was impossible for him to have several wives at the same time, so it was impossible for him to give them a grand wedding. Therefore, it was a good thing to take this opportunity to hold all of them together. The bride had a wedding dress, and Yang Chendong prepared a suit for himself. The pure white suit was tailor-made, making Yang Chendong look more handsome and sunny. As the groomsmen, Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and Yang Wu were dressed in black suits, looking very energetic. As for the several servants, Yang San, as the deputy director of the security bureau and the actual helmsman, naturally had to protect everything in the dark. Yang Lu was responsible for the security on the surface. In this way, the manpower was put to good use. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 6th day of October, the Yang family manor was already decorated with festive decorations. Colored balls, ribbons, and bright red happy characters were posted everywhere. In front of Yang Si's camera, Amid a burst of firecrackers, the wedding procession set off just as dawn broke. Yang Chendong, dressed in a white suit, was sitting in a special carriage. Beside him were Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei. Yang Wu was in charge of driving the carriage. Under the protection of Yang Lu, Qiuvi, and Dao Xiao, they went to the capital. In the dark, Xiao Feng and Lung Feng were on guard at all times to ensure the safety of the young master. The Hu mansion in the capital was also decorated with ribbons, giving people a feeling of jubilation. Xiao Yin, Madame Shui, Madame Xiang, and the others had arrived at the Hu mansion a day in advance to accompany Hu Yan through the most difficult night before dawn. When the sky brightened, the women began to get busy and put on the new wedding dresses that had never been seen before. On the side of the road leading to the Hu mansion, there were already embroidered uniform guards standing guard. Chapter 165. After a portion of the officials left for Nanjing to following Zhong, the remaining officials in the capital were all restored to their original positions. Hu Zhongning was also restored to his position as the guardian of the embroidered uniform guard. In addition, Yang Chendong was still the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, so it was only natural that he would send some embroidered uniform guards to help out. Not only that, but Yang Chendong also ordered that any embroidered uniform guard who came to help out would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. For a time, the embroidered uniform guard fought amongst themselves for this mission. Those who were able to come here could be considered lucky. When the time came, the carriage from the Yang clan arrived in front of the Hu estate. Yang Chendong, dressed in a white suit, stepped out of the spacious carriage. The wedding ceremony had officially begun. The Immortal Abodes band was already waiting for Yang Chendong to arrive. The music began to play, and could be faintly heard from several streets away. Hu Yan, who was dressed like a fairy in a white wedding dress, walked up to Yang Chendong, accompanied by Qiao Yin, Madame Snow, and the bride, who were also wearing a wedding dress and looked very beautiful. Hu Yan's blushing face perfectly explained what it meant to put the moon and flowers to shame. What was different from the other women was that there were two children who were only 5 or 6 years old standing behind Hu Yan, a boy and a girl who looked like a golden couple. They each pulled up a corner of the white wedding dress so that the long, fluttering wedding dress would not fall to the ground, but also showed her magnanimity. There was no red veil. This was Yang Chendong's idea. After reporting this to the Hu clan, Yang Chendong received their support. Thus, Yang Chendong took the bride, Hu Yan, who could walk on her own, to the Hu clan's main hall. Here they knelt down and kowtowed to Hu Zhongning and his wife. The completion of this step was completely recorded by the camera. From the footage, it could be seen that Hu Zhongning and Madame Shui's faces were extremely pale. It was clear that they were also frightened by the equipment that could record their figures. After paying his respects to the elders, Yang Chendong carried Hu Yan out of the Hu estate. Along the way, the courtyard was filled with all kinds of gifts that Yang Chendong had given to the Hu clan. There was no need to introduce the types of items. In short, someone had calculated the total value of these items after the event. The total value of these items was over 1 million taels of silver. Just this amount alone was enough to shock countless people. This was one of the most beautiful stories in the capital, because not even the emperor would be willing to part with so many good things. From this matter, it could also be seen that Yang Chendong valued Hu Yan. The inside and outside of the Immortal Abode were already packed with people. In order to congratulate the patriarch on his wedding today, all the diners will have a 50% discount. Even the commoners who didn't come to the Immortal Abode to spend money could still enjoy the delicacies they had prepared. The premise was that the whole family had to come together. At the very least, the couple had to bring a child and bring their own lunch boxes. At that time, all the children who came would receive a delicious little pastry. The news had been released 3 days ago. By morning, the entire street in front of the Immortal Abode was packed with people. As a result, the embroidered uniform guards who were responsible for the security of the area were given a lot more work to do. Fortunately, the people who came to receive the delicacies and pastries were all very well behaved. Some entered and some left, so there wasn't much panic. After leaving the Hu estate, the bridegroom, Yang Chendong, personally drove the carriage. Hu Yan, Qiao Yin, Madame Shui, and Madame Xiang were seated inside. Yang Chendong, who was driving the carriage, sang the bridal sedan in fear. Tiger's Mane and the others, who had long since learned how to sing, sang along loudly. When the sun comes out, I climb the mountain. When I reach the peak, I want to sing. My song floats to my little sister. When she hears my song, she smiles. Yang Chendong's cheerful voice rang out. Sitting in the spacious and comfortable carriage, Hu Yan and the other girls were filled with happiness. As they looked at the brightly colored balloons around the carriage, their faces were brimming with happiness. The carriage passed through the streets of the immortal abode. Along the way, one new song after another could be heard. All of them were joyous songs that suited the occasion, and the people who had come along to watch the show all cheered with joy. As they passed through the streets of the immortal abode and saw the crowded streets, Hu Yan and the other girls smiled at each other. This was the young master doing a good deed, as well as accumulating good karma. Although he had to spend some money to do so, in the eyes of the girls, the significance of this action was far more profound. The carriage finally left the capital, and under the protection of the embroidered uniform guards, it headed for the Yang clan manor. At this time, there were all sorts of carriages and bridal sedan chairs waiting outside the Yang clan manor. Many officials of the court were waiting here for the bridegroom to arrive. He had only been in the capital for a little more than a year, less than 2 years. However, Yang Chendong had used his own efforts to prove his strength. With money and power, who wouldn't give him this little bit of face? And this wasn't even mentioning the fact that he was marrying the granddaughter of the Minister of Rights, Hu Xiao. Under the witness of many honored guests, Yang Chendong took Hu Yan's arm and led her to the main hall of the Yang clan manor, where the two principals were already seated. Yang Chendong and his wife were no longer present, so the ones presiding over Yang Chendong's wedding were his big brother Yang Gong and big sister Yang Fei. The entire Yang clan had come to Yang Chendong's wedding, and even his second brother Yang Rang was in the crowd. However, it was clear that his complexion was rather unsightly. He had originally believed that with his sixth brother dead, he, as the second brother, would be able to openly take over the family property. He hadn't expected that Yang Chendong would return, and in such a domineering manner, and even be conferred the title of Valiant Marquis. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable, and Yang Rang had lost a great deal of face. For Yang Chendong's wedding, he had invited all the members of the Yang clan, including all the important ministers in the capital, but his second brother didn't send anything. This had already proved Yang Chendong's attitude. Even so, Yang Rang still came by himself. He knew that this might be an opportunity to change the relationship between himself and his sixth brother. In the main hall, Yang Gong was on the left and Yang Chendong was on the right, accepting the kneeling ceremony of Hu Yanxing, his new daughter-in-law. Under the insistence of Yang Chendong, they only completed the first bow to heaven and earth, and the second bow to the parents. As for the third step of entering the bridal chamber, it was cancelled. According to Yang Chendong, women didn't just stay at home to take care of their husbands and children. They could also do many other things that they liked to do. This was also called the liberation of women. Since it was liberation, then he would start with his wife. After communicating with Hu Yan in advance, and knowing that she didn't want to enter the bridal chamber so early and wait for a long time, he agreed to her request and allowed her to change into a beautiful qipao. Then, she reappeared in front of everyone and toasted the guests with him. When the ceremony reached this point, it was time for the wedding banquet to begin. For the important ministers, the banquet was also a part of their work. There were many things that were difficult to say and difficult to do, but they were often easily done with the passing of a cup. Yang Chendong's wedding gave everyone an opportunity to interact. For a moment, the ministers came and went, and it was very lively. However, this liveliness reached a climax when the bride, Hu Yan and the 3 other women, changed into decent qipeos and appeared. Yang Chendong announced in front of everyone that today was not only the day he married Hu Yan, but also the day he took Qiao Yin, Lady Shui, and Lady Xiang as his concubines. After listening to Yang Chendong's announcement, the 3 women, who were completely unaware before, were so excited that their faces turned red. They originally thought that they were very happy to be able to follow Dong Shuai. With their status, they didn't dare to ask for anything. However, they didn't expect that happiness would come to them so quickly and so suddenly. In response, Huyen looked at them with a smile. She wasn't surprised at all. Obviously, she already knew about this news and must have agreed. Otherwise, Yang Chendong wouldn't do such a thing in public. He was marrying his wife and concubines on the same day. Although this kind of thing had happened before, most of the protagonists who did it were extremely desolate. However, no matter how one looked at it, Yang Chendong wasn't someone who was muddle-headed. At this point, the general public thought that it was normal for emperors to have many wives and concubines. They also thought that it was natural, and believed that China's ancient people practiced polygamy. However, this wasn't the case. Many modern people learned about ancient China through media such as movies, or web novels. At the same time, they often define the social environment and culture of that era through the interpretation of the drama. Therefore, when the dramas performed were like the hotly discussed palace dramas such as Zhen Huan Zhuan, Rui Zhuan, Yanqi Strategy, and Do You Know It? The general public would easily take the situation of the emperor and his ministers having many wives and concubines as a matter of course, and believe that the ancient Chinese people practiced polygamy. In fact, what we don't know is that China's marriage model since ancient times was mainly monogamy, and not the stereotypical polygamy and monogamy. The Great Ming Society's Archives No. 163 clearly recorded the punishment for those who violated the law. For ordinary people, if they have a wife but still marry her, they will be flogged 90 times and divorced. If they are over 40 years old and have no children, they will be allowed to marry concubines. Violators will be flogged 40 times. However, the rules weren't absolute. Very few people would take concubines. However, those who took concubines were mainly those with high social status. In other words, the higher the status, the more concubines they would take. Therefore, the imperial family naturally had the most concubines, followed by the important officials and the rich. Commoners rarely had the opportunity to take concubines. Therefore, taking concubines was considered a privilege in China's traditional culture. In the Great Ming Society's Archives No. 57, it clearly stated that taking concubines, as well as the number of concubines, had to be investigated by the Ministry of Rights. The heir and the prince had 4 concubines. The eldest son and the general had 3 concubines. It was true that Yang Chendong was the marquis of loyalty and courage, so taking in 3 concubines wasn't that much of a violation of the rules. However, why didn't he mention it in advance? Since no one knew about it, didn't that mean that this matter wasn't reported to the Ministry of Rights? Chapter 166. With that in mind, the officials all turned to look at the officials from the Ministry of Rights who had come to attend the banquet. Hu Xiao was the Minister of Rights, and had been for many years at that. At least a third of the officials in the ministry had been promoted by him, or had close ties to him. This time, his granddaughter was getting married. Many officials from the Ministry of Rights had come to show their support. When these officials noticed the gazes of their peers, they all lowered their heads. This proved that Yang Chendong hadn't informed the Ministry of Rights about taking concubines. As if he'd known that everyone would react this way, Yang Chendong smiled at them and said, "I didn't inform the Ministry of Rights beforehand, but I did inform the Minister of Rights. I'll make it up to you later. I only did this because I wanted to give the 3 of them a pleasant surprise." As he spoke, Yang Chendong's gentle gaze fell on Xiao Yin, Madame Shui, and Madame Xiang. His gaze was filled with love. Yang Chendong's actions had indeed given the 3 women a pleasant surprise. As for their reactions, they'd all been recorded by Yang Si. When the officials heard that Yang Chendong had told the Minister of Rights that they'd be reported to the Minister of Rights after the banquet, they all came to a sudden realization. Since that was the case, what did they have to worry about? Besides, what did it have to do with them? In reality, Yang Chendong hadn't told Hu Xiao about this. What kind of joke was this? He was marrying someone else's granddaughter, And he was also marrying 3 concubines at the same time. It would be strange if Hu Xiao agreed. However, he dared to say this because he was sure that Hu Xiao wouldn't expose him. Otherwise, if he got into trouble, Hu Yan would also suffer. When the results were announced, it first drew a lot of discussion, but Yang Qindong easily resolved it. After that, he led the 4 women in a toast to the guests. Speaking of which, Hu Yan and the others weren't women who only knew how to stay at home. They'd all seen the world, and with Yang Qindong's guidance, they didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, they generously raised their cups and toasted. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. At the same time, the Immortal Abode's band and actors began to sing and dance outside the Yang clan's courtyard. It was a lively scene. Among the guests, Han Ji also received Yang Qindong's wedding invitation. Out of camaraderie, he was pulled over by Shengguan Lv Gue. At this time, when he saw Yang Qindong with the 4 women, his teeth itched with hatred. "Commander, this Yang Qindong is getting bolder and bolder. He didn't even report taking concubines. He dared to act first and report later. This clearly shows that he doesn't put the laws of the great Ming dynasty in his eyes. We cannot allow this to continue." How could Lu Gue not know that Yang Qindong's actions today were a bit out of line? However, he knew that Han Ji's main motive was revenge. It was because his brother-in-law, Wang Go, had been killed by Yang Qindong. That was why he said those words with hatred. But no matter what kind of mentality he had, Han Ji was still one of them. If a superior wanted his subordinates to listen to his orders, he had to empathize with his subordinates. Thus he nodded and said, "All right, we'll discuss it when we get back. We'll teach him a lesson." "Thank you, Commander, for your help." When Han Ji heard that Lv Gue was finally ready to make a move, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly raised his arms and used Yang Qindong's wedding wine to toast Lv Gue. The funny thing was that he was also scheming against Yang Qindong. All banquets must come to an end. Although the programs were endless, the guests still left one by one when the sky was almost dark. Among them, there was someone who didn't want to leave. That was the second brother, Yang Rang. At noon, Yang Qindong toasted each table. He had more or less spoken to the guests, but he acted as if he didn't see his second brother. Not only that, even his sisters-in-law treated him like heir. The facts had already shown that Yang Qindong was very angry with him. Since he had come today, he naturally wanted to use this opportunity to perform well, and strive to turn hostility into friendship. "Second brother, let's go. Today is not suitable for doing other things." The eldest brother, Yang Gong, walked in front of Yang Rang with a face full of alcohol. The behavior of his second brother a while ago, even he was extremely unhappy after seeing it. But after all, they were still brothers. He couldn't just watch Yang Rang be unlucky. "Big brother." Seeing Yang Gong walk over, Yang Rang showed an amiable and even fawning smile. "Big brother, you must tell little Six that I did it for the good of the Yang family manor. In that case, even if I didn't do it, others would do it. At least if I did, I would have given the Yang family a way out, right?" Listening to Yang Rang's sophistry, Yang Gong was very disgusted. He could say so many reasons for doing bad things. He was really shameless to the extreme. "Okay, let's talk about it later. Let's go first." Yang Gong didn't agree. He just wanted to take his second brother away, so that he wouldn't stay and cause trouble and attract the displeasure of his sixth brother. If that happened, it would really spoil the beautiful atmosphere. His eldest brother did not agree to plead for mercy, and just wanted to drag him away. How could Yang Rang be willing to comply? His face immediately changed. "All right, since eldest brother doesn't care about our brotherhood, and is unwilling to help second brother to plead for mercy, then you can leave by yourself. In short, I will wait here. If little Six doesn't come out, I won't go anywhere today. I want to see if he really doesn't recognize me as his elder brother." If this matter spreads out, who will look good at that time? Yang Rang shamelessly shook off Yang Gong's arm, and then looked at the inner courtyard of the Yang family manor. He looked like he wouldn't leave until he saw the main person. He didn't expect his brother to be such a person. Shamelessness is invincible. At this moment, Yang Gong didn't know what to do. At this moment, A group of people walked out from the inner courtyard. The person in the lead was a woman. It was the eldest sister of the Yang family, Yang Fei. Although they were all from the Yang family, the treatment was obviously different. When Yang Fei walked out, there were 4 brides beside her. Every one of them accompanied her and talked. From time to time, one could see the eldest sister of the Yang family smiling. When he saw his eldest sister walking out, Yang Reng quickly turned around to avoid her. He wasn't afraid of his eldest brother Yang Gong, because his eldest brother's ability was mediocre and not worthy of his attention. However, his eldest sister was different. Most of them grew up following behind Yang Fei. When they were young, they were rarely taught a lesson by their eldest sister. As a result, when they grew up, there was still a fear in their hearts. Yang Reng wanted to avoid her, but now that most of the guests had left, there was only a limited number of people left. Yang Fei only needed to sweep her eyes and naturally saw him. When she saw that it was her disappointing second brother who was pacing back and forth, she immediately figured out what was going on. Her face immediately darkened. As the eldest sister, Yang Fei naturally hoped to see the young brothers and sisters united. Even if someone did something wrong, if she could give them a chance to forgive, she would be willing to give them the chance. However, as Yang Qindong's second brother, Yang Reng had done something wrong first, and then he wanted to seek justice on the day of the wedding. This was really a bit aggressive. She took large strides and arrived behind Yang Reng, who had just turned around. Yang Gong, who was standing at the side, saw Yang Fei first and quickly called out with a smile, "Eldest sister." When he heard his eldest brother's call, Yang Reng knew that he couldn't avoid it. He could only unwillingly turn around and force out a smile. "Hello, eldest sister." "Oh, you still recognize me as your eldest sister? Since that's the case, then leave immediately. Today is my little brother's wedding day. Do you have to stay here and cause trouble?" Yang Fei said with a cold face and a rude tone. "Ah, eldest sister, that's not what I meant. I just want to talk to little Six and explain what happened before." How could Yang Reng admit it? He spoke with a face full of excuses. Hearing Yang Reng call Yang Qindong little Six as if he was the boss, Yang Fei was even angrier. She thought about how her little brother had done so many things for the Yang family, and even saved Ingzong on the battlefield. That was how dangerous it was to be conferred the title of Marquis. However, there was someone in the family who was dragging her family down. This was truly a chilling action. If she was in Yang Fei's shoes, she would also feel very uncomfortable. With this anger, Yang Fei couldn't be bothered to be polite anymore. She turned to look at Beta Persei and the rest and said, "Go chase Yang Reng out of the manor. If he doesn't leave, you can beat him until he leaves. I will bear all the consequences. I believe that even if father and mother are watching from the heavens, they won't blame me." Yes. Beta Persei had long found Yang Reng an eyesore. This person was lucky to have been born into the Yang family. If it had been anyone else, who knew how many times they would have died by now. After agreeing, Beta Persei strode forward and lifted Beta Persei off the ground with a thick arm. He didn't seem to use any effort to lift him off the ground. The pitiful Beta Persei was dragged out of the manor like a rabbit, then thrown to the ground. If little Six had ordered someone to do this, he would naturally yell and scream, saying that the other party didn't respect his elder brother. However, since his eldest sister had ordered it, there was nothing he could do. He was the one who had been rude first. Now that he had been thrown out, he was reaping what he sowed. Even though he was still unwilling, Yang Reng had no choice but to stand up with the help of the servants outside the manor. He then entered the palanquin and left the place. In the study of the Yang manor, Yang Qindong was listening to Tiger's Mane's report. The report included the situation in the immortal abode, as well as the various performances of the officials who had attended the banquet today. The people from the security bureau had disguised themselves as attendants and wandered around the banquet, listening in on everyone's conversations. This was the true record of an official's appearance. At the very least, through this, Yang Qindong could see who had opinions of him and who were dissatisfied with him. "Young master, the embroidered uniform guard just sent someone to deliver this. They said that in order to stabilize the situation in the capital, Young master is invited to the embroidered uniform guard's office tomorrow morning to discuss political matters. After Tiger's Mane reported the situation at the banquet, he told Yang Chendong the news he had just received. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.